Chapter 2777. Bai Jian also tried to think more about it, but after a while he felt a headache. Now, the jade-faced youth admired the guy who didn't care about his life even more. He was a ruthless character, just like a brute. But in terms of scheming, he was even more cunning than an old fox. Just what kind of mentality did this guy have to be able to create two completely opposite sides of him? It was no wonder that Bai Jian couldn't figure it out. Sometimes, once one thought clearly about a matter, one would naturally be incomparably focused when doing things. As long as the order was clear, then there would naturally be no worries when making a move, and it would be more decisive and decisive. As for some unacceptable consequences, what harm was there in that? Everything was still within his expectations. So why should he bother himself and make things difficult for himself? There were many things that could be figured out with just a little thought. So why bother to put in so much effort? Looking at the scenery constantly passing by, Bai Jian also felt bored. After all, everywhere in the Inflame world was like a barren land, and there wasn't much vitality. What was more, it was a dull and uncomfortable feeling. What kind of scenery was there to look at? Even in Bai Jian's view, this Inflame world was like a barren land, and there were no benefits at all. But why did the myriad beast realm want to conquer this place? No matter how he thought about it, it was somewhat illogical. At least, Bai Jian couldn't see how rich the resources were in this Inflame world. After thinking for a while, Bai Jian also felt bored, so he could only close his eyes and continue to heal his injuries. In the last battle, Bai Jian seemed to be the lightest injured, but the limit he could bear was also the most limited. If he couldn't recover soon, it would be awkward if he couldn't do his best when he reached the Gathering Fire Union. As for the investigation of those scouts, to them, it was just a small disturbance that couldn't be any smaller, and there was no need to take it to heart. On the contrary, the Gathering Fire Union and the entire Inflame world were in an uproar because of this, because in their view it was completely a very terrifying news. The other party didn't really make a move and only took out a few magic tools, and all the elite scouts in their sect were killed. Such a move could only be described as terrifying. As for the real situation of those three people, he still couldn't figure it out. If he didn't pay a huge price, it would be impossible to figure out the other party's background. However, if a Type 5 Divine Warrior were to make a move, there would be casualties. At that time, it would truly be a waste of their own combat strength for no reason, and there would be no benefits at all. The Mo family knew that they had to gather all their forces to fight to the death. How could the Assemble Fire Union not understand this? At the end of the day, everyone was most concerned about whether they could win the final battle with all their strength. However, based on the current situation, the Collective Fire Alliance unanimously felt that the chances were not as great as they had imagined. Therefore, what kind of method should they use to increase their chances of winning became the question that most of the members of the Focus Alliance were worried about. The airship was still moving forward at a steady speed, neither fast nor slow. At the same time, this airship had also become a sore point for many cultivators in the Inflame world. If it couldn't be removed as soon as possible, it would be like a fishbone stuck in their throats. During this period, some hot-blooded cultivators in the Inflame world wanted to charge forward and suppress the other party's prestige. However, in the end, this matter could only come to an end. Previously, there were also people who tried to stop the airship's advance. But what was the final result? However, the airship didn't slow down in the slightest, even though it had only died in body and Dao. This was the most troublesome part. The current atmosphere in the Inflame world was very different. Many people began to feel uneasy. They could even guess that the arrival of those three people was probably just to kill their native powerhouses. Once those powerhouses were cleaned up, the army of the Four Realms Alliance would march in and completely conquer their world. After such a statement spread, some people in the Inflame world began to consider resisting. However, there was also a group of people who fell into panic, fearing that others would attack. Previously, the Inflame world was already suffering from the invasion of the Myriad Beast realm. If a stronger force were to invade, it would be the end of their world. However, The Mo family's forces were cursing more and more. The human heart has been like this since ancient times. No matter where, there would be a group of people who would be the first to stand up and criticize, and then countless ignorant people would begin to echo. In this way, an extremely terrifying general trend was created. There was no need for outsiders to fiddle with them at all. They would be in a mess by themselves. A few days later, Xiaoyang also woke up from his coma. He looked at the bones in his chest that had been covered by new flesh and blood. Most of his injuries had also been stabilized, and he let out a long sigh of relief. It was indeed a good thing to become friends with them. Xiaoyang looked up and did not see Princess Mingzhu. He only saw the young man sitting at the bow like a mountain. He did not know what he was thinking. Xiaoyang slowly closed his eyes and continued to heal his injuries. At the same time, he began to review the battle with the Mo family. He had to admit that the Mo family had done a very good job. They had staked everything on Soaring Cloud Mountain and the raging river. It was a pity that the Mo family wanted to figure out their strength too much. As a result, they had divided their forces on Soaring Cloud Mountain, giving Xiaoyang and the others a chance to catch their breath. If they had placed all the powerhouses on the raging river and fought again, as long as they did not use the Mo Jade Lotus, the final result would be uncertain. Thinking of this, Xiaoyang rubbed his forehead. He felt that he had underestimated the Yin Flame world. There was naturally a reason why every major force could stay in one place for so long. Of course, this had already become a thing of the past. Instead, it was the Assemble Fire Alliance that they had to deal with next. That was what Xiaoyang should be worried about. Although the Assemble Fire Alliance did not seem to have any clear actions, they probably had many ways to deal with them. They might even set up an inescapable net like the raging river. Chapter 2778. Xiaoyang could naturally guess what kind of attitude the Assemble Fire Union would have. At the same time, according to the information he obtained from other people's divine senses, he could also confirm that the Assemble Fire Union also had a formation. However, that formation had never been used. It was like a rumor, which made people feel that it was somewhat unrealistic. However, Xiaoyang could not help but think more about it. He estimated that the formation was probably similar to the 7 turns of the Furious River Formation. After countless years of operation and investment, the formation had probably been perfected to the point of perfection. If the other party really wanted to rely on this point to fight them, then the following battle would inevitably be very difficult, and even worse situations would occur. These were all problems that Xiaoyang had to consider. If there were any more mistakes, he would really let down by Jian and Princess Mingzhu's expectations of putting their lives in his hands. Looking at the gloomy land below, Xiaoyang's frown deepened. Invading the Yin Flame realm was not what Xiaoyang wanted to do in the first place. However, he had no choice but to do so. If he did not beat up this ambitious world, they would probably think that the 4 Realms Alliance was a soft persimmon that they could do whatever they wanted. Xiaoyang was not very willing to start a world war. He was not a war maniac. However, since the other party had made a move, he had no choice but to accept it. With so many things combined at this moment, Xiaoyang felt that it was a mess. For a moment, he really could not find a solution. Of course, with their ability and ambition, there was no need to be completely obsessed with finding the root of the matter and coming up with a solution. If they could not think of a solution, they could rely on their own abilities to fight their way out. At this moment, Bai Jian walked over and said with a smile, "Your recovery speed is really enviable. You'll be able to wake up in just a few days." Bai Jian was not exaggerating about this. If it was him who had suffered such a serious injury, even if he did not die, he would probably have to sleep for several years before he could recover from it. Xiaoyang just smiled indifferently. He did not care much about this. Moreover, after glancing at the mountains and rivers below, he could roughly infer where they were in the Yin Flame realm. Moreover, at this speed, it would take more than 10 days to reach the territory of the Assemble Fire Union. In this way, their injuries would be more or less healed, and they could continue to fight. Of course, No one could say for sure if something would happen during this period. However, he could not wait for the Assemble Fire Union to find trouble with them one by one. If he could kill them one by one, the final battle would be much easier. Are your injuries okay? Xiao Yang suddenly changed the topic and asked. Bai Jian shook his head and said, "What does this bit of injury count as? It'll naturally heal after a few days. You don't have to worry about such a small matter. After all, you're our backbone. I really didn't know what to do when you weren't awake." Xiao Yang only smiled faintly. He naturally understood all of this. You said Bai Jian was not smart? That was naturally impossible. No fool would reach such a stage today. It was just that he was not willing to think too much about it. Furthermore, he had put more of his talent into cultivation. Only with a clear mind could his cultivation advance by leaps and bounds. In this aspect, Bai Jian admired Xiao Yang very much. He and Princess Mingzhu did not manage anything, and only focused on cultivation. Therefore, it was normal for their cultivation realm to advance by leaps and bounds. On the other hand, Xiao Yang, who was in charge of a huge flowing cloud realm and had to put in a lot of effort for it, did not fall behind in his cultivation level. Moreover, he was proficient in many different things. This was the most impressive aspect of him. At the same time, Bai Jian was looking forward to it. If Xiao Yang focused on cultivation, how terrifying would his speed be? That sword did not affect you much in the future, right? Xiao Yang asked. Although Bai Jian appeared indifferent, it was still possible to guess. Bai Jian's heaven-shaking sword strike was not just created by the residual power. It could even be said that he had used all of his vitality and might have even injured his foundation. No matter how strong Bai Jian was, no matter how sharp his sword was, he was still only a fifth-stage cultivator and was in a state of exhaustion. If he still had to slash out that sword, he would naturally have to pay a price in other places to be able to do it. At that time, Bai Jian had no choice but to do it. He only had that one chance, so he asked for a one-hit kill. He did it, but the price he paid was naturally not small. However, he had always hidden it extremely well and did not reveal it. It's just a small problem. It's just that I have to stay at the fifth stage for a little longer. This isn't much. Look at how long I've been stuck at rank 1. After that, I broke through a realm in just a few days and soared all the way to rank 5. Bai Jian said in a casual manner, as if all of this was not a big deal to him. His heart was higher than the heavens. Of course, he was also very optimistic. After the Battle of the Western Plains and then the trip to the Sword Scar Abyss, Bai Jian was still the same Bai Jian, but he was no longer the Bai Jian from before. Xiao Yang was stunned. He held the railing and frowned. How can the path of cultivation always be smooth sailing? Some obstacles are just for me to break through faster in the future. It's not worth mentioning. Bai Jian still said it casually. Xiao Yang smiled and shook his head. He also understood that this was just a good friend's consolation. After so many things had happened in the Wan Beast realm, many problems had appeared between the tribes. The general situation here was also constantly changing. However, one thing had not changed. In the past, the 3 mysterious dragon tribes followed the lead, and it was still the same. After many great changes, Xing Tian became the strongest person in the Wan Beast realm with the strength of a 6th-stage martial emperor. In addition to a few strict orders, all the tribes submitted to him. Although there were still 6th-stage experts in the Wild Lion tribe and Iron Eagle tribe, they were not convinced. However, when Xing Tian came to visit personally, they could only obediently submit and become obedient. The Wan Beast realm was still fighting internally, but they did not mention anything about the invasion. After all, there were many gaps in the internal fighting last time. They needed to restrain themselves. The spies of the Inflame realm in the Wan Beast realm also understood that as long as they convinced the mysterious dragon tribe, it was equivalent to convincing the entire Wan Beast realm. Therefore, the spies of the Inflame realm directly came to the mysterious dragon tribe. Chapter 2779. Although there were many spies from the Assemble Fire Union here, their realms were limited after all. After all, once their realms were high, it was particularly easy to be exposed. At that time, it would naturally be more difficult than ascending to the heavens to spy on some information. On the contrary, these people with low realms were like fish in water when they mingled in some small forces. Some cultivators could even hide very well and had considerable power in some tribes that were ranked higher. This time, the Assemble Fire Union was even more willing to bring out the spy with the highest realm. This was a spy with a long-term plan, but in order to solve the immediate crisis, they had to use him. This person was called Yu Hu, and he had the ability of a 4th-level martial emperor. No matter where he was an existence that could not be underestimated. After Yu Hu received the relevant information, he could only brace himself and go to the Xian Jiao tribe. After this time, Yu Hu had to take some spies related to him and immediately leave the Wanshou realm. Otherwise, what he would be waiting for in the future would probably be the revenge of the Wanshou realm. Yu Hu was quite satisfied with his eloquence. Although he could not form a true alliance with the Xian Jiao tribe, it was not a problem to stir up their thoughts. If he could do it a few more times, perhaps this matter would be settled. After all, Xiaoyang and the other two did not show any mercy to the Wanshou realm. 3 supreme experts had lost their lives in their hands, and then Xing Tian was defeated by him. Although such a blood feud had not erupted yet, it did not mean that it did not exist. Yu Hu was indeed powerful, and he was even received by Xingfeng. When he left, Yu Hu had a smile on his face. Obviously, he felt quite good about himself. Of course, this was on the premise that he did not make any mistakes. Only then could he have such confidence. In Tu Hu's opinion, if this matter was successful, his position in the Gathering Fire Alliance would rise as well. Thinking that he was about to return to the Inflame world with great merit, it was undoubtedly like returning home in glory. How could he not be satisfied? Xingfeng was now the overseer of the Xian Jiao tribe on the surface, because his brother was only interested in cultivation. As for unifying the world and having a high position, he did not seem to have any thoughts about it. Relying on the power of his elder brother, Xingfeng had indeed gained a firm foothold in the profound dragon clan. Even if that old man was not convinced, he only needed to say that he should go and reason with my elder brother. Then he would be able to keep his word. Xingfeng didn't dare to make a decision about joining forces with the Inflame realm to deal with the 4 Realms Alliance. He had to ask his elder brother. After all, Xing Tian had promised that the Wanshou realm would not find trouble with the 4 Realm Alliance in the future. But that was back then. The situation now was different. Since there were profits to be made, how could he be bound by some verbal agreements? Xingfeng came to Xing Tian's room and told him everything he knew. When Xing Tian heard that the Gathering Fire Union of the Inflame realm wanted to form an alliance with them to deal with the 4 Realms Alliance together, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. His gaze towards his little brother was filled with helplessness. Have you ever thought that if the Fire Union wants to ally with us, then the Mo clan's power will definitely fall? Xing Tian said with a smile. As soon as he said this, Xing Feng's expression was filled with shock. Indeed, he had never thought of this. But thinking about it, with the ability of Xiaoyang and the others, being able to stir up the entire Wanshou realm and destroy the Mo clan's power in the Inflame realm seemed to be a reasonable thing. The more he thought about it, the more shocked Xingfeng was. Xing Tian stared at a bright lamp in front of the stage. He seemed to be lost in thought as he thought of the person he regarded as an enemy. To a certain extent, they could be regarded as people of the same path. If Xing Tian was willing, with his current ability, he would be able to kill his way into the Inflame realm and also turn the world upside down. But in Xing Tian's view, this was already meaningless. Sometimes it wasn't worth it to risk the lives of more people just for the sake of the little benefits at hand. Moreover, the great Tao did not need to completely rely on plundering other people's resources and luck to obtain it. Sometimes it was also possible to cultivate in peace. Once we act, it would seem that our cooperation is flawless. If we can surround and kill Xiaoyang and the others, we can naturally sit back and relax. At that time, even if we shed all pretense of cordiality and attack each other, the Wanshou realm will still have the upper hand. Xing Tian smiled. Xing Feng nodded. This was something that he was certain of. If we can't surround and kill Xiaoyang and the others, who can stop their revenge? Xing Tian continued. The moment these words were spoken, Xing Feng's brows immediately furrowed together. It was very reasonable. Xiaoyang was not a person who acted according to common sense. Once they began to retaliate, many people would be caught in this disaster. Although his brother had not made a clear statement, Xing Feng could understand that this matter was over. Then do you want me to chase after Tu Hu and end this matter? Xing Feng asked in a deep voice. Since they were going to refuse, they might as well be more ruthless and let the Four Realms Alliance know their attitude. In the future, they would not use this as an excuse to make things difficult for them. Xing Tian shook his head indifferently and said, "Let him go. You just need to inform the other tribes. Don't let them ruin the entire Wanshou realm." Xing Feng nodded very seriously. If that was the case, then they were really trembling with fear and treading on thin ice. Previously, Xing Feng had indeed seen that as long as they acted, they could eat half of the Four Realms Alliance. However, he had not thought of the worst situation. Therefore, sometimes one could not only look at the big picture of benefits, one also had to think about the consequences of doing so. There were so many things involved. How could it be so simple? Only by discussing with each other and calculating everything clearly would they be able to make a move. Controlling the entire mysterious dragon tribe and even influencing the direction of the Wanshou realm to a certain extent made Xing Feng feel a little powerless. Sometimes he felt that he had thought too much, but now it seemed that he was just going around in circles. You don't have to feel too much pressure. I have at least a few decades to oversee this place. In the future, you may need to truly take charge of this place alone. Xing Tian picked up a cup of tea and said meaningfully, Chapter 2780. After Xing Feng received an accurate explanation, he left. At the same time, the worry in his heart increased a bit. Just now, his elder brother had already made things very clear. In the following days, he would have a powerhouse with absolute strength, so he naturally didn't need to worry too much. However, there was a time limit. Xing Feng had never thought that there would be a day when he would be in charge of the mysterious dragon tribe. It seems that our Wanshou realm will have to close up for the next few hundred years. Xing Feng shook his head with a bitter smile and strode away. In the past, their Wanshou realm had indeed advocated for expansion, but in the end, there didn't seem to be any real changes. Since that was the case, it was better to recuperate and not go out to cause trouble. After all, their neighbors had changed. If they went overboard, they might be digging their own graves. If they couldn't win, they couldn't win. There was nothing to be ashamed of. As for the Yin Flame realm, since they had done something, they had to bear the consequences. Soon after, Xing Feng also set off, heading towards a few of the larger clans. Since his elder brother had made the matter clear, there was naturally no reason to go against it. When the time came, if that brainless person felt that there was something to gain from such a situation and sent out troops without permission, it might even implicate the entire Wanshou realm. If that happened, it wouldn't be good. The airship was still slowly moving forward in the air. Ever since the last time the Yin Flame realm scouts came to investigate but were blasted to pieces, the last bit of morale in the central region had been wiped clean. Others were arrogantly passing through their territory in the sky. What could they do? No one dared to say anything. They could only watch as others passed by. Some people even did not hesitate to turn around and run away when they realized that they were on that route. Who would dare to stay for even a moment longer? Making a path wouldn't kill anyone. If they didn't, they would lose their temper. That would really kill them. Out of sight, out of mind. That was all there was to it. Some bad-tempered people even directly left the Yin Flame realm. They were afraid that they wouldn't be able to control themselves and would send themselves to death. without anyone to obstruct them. The speed of the flying ship seemed slow, but it was like a large knife that quickly sliced through the hearts of those cultivators. The pain was endless, but these people were helpless. They could only grit their teeth and bear it. Of course, there were also many people who cursed Emojio. If it wasn't for his reckless actions, how could their in-flame world suffer such suffering? It could even be said that if it wasn't for Emojio taking the lead, the in-flame world would have already reclaimed the territory of the south. But now, the in-flame world was in an uproar. Everyone was in a state of panic. Countless people were afraid. It might not be long before they would no longer see the sun of tomorrow. Therefore, how could these people not be angry? In a state where they couldn't defeat their opponents, they could only vent their anger on those who could no longer speak. The Assemble Fire Union was naturally scolded as well. They were also one of the instigators. Now, instead of fighting with the Mo family, they were holed up in the north and didn't even dare to breathe loudly. As for the Luoyan mountain in the west, there were naturally some ridiculing words. The in-flame world was originally a whole. The Luoyan mountain didn't take a stand in the previous invasion, but could they stay out of it just like that? For those busybodies, no matter what angle they looked at it from, they could find a reasonable angle to scold those big forces. It was true that the in-flame world was in a state of panic, but there were also more people who didn't mind the trouble and kept stirring up the situation. These people still felt that they were fine. They just felt that they couldn't speak the words in their hearts. In the end, they were all selfish. Even if they realized the problem, they would only feel that it was an unintentional mistake. In the past few days, Xiaoyang was also constantly healing his injuries. He was also almost done with the review of the previous battle. In this way, he also received some benefits, and his cultivation improved a bit. However, he was still a bit away from the 6th level. If he could reach the 6th level, then the following trip to the Assemble Fire Union would naturally be much easier. Xiaoyang was still very clear about this. But how could there be too many things in the world that could go according to one's wishes? It wasn't easy to break through to the next level. Xiaoyang was even more clear about this. It was useless even if he was anxious. After all, he couldn't be anxious. In the past few days, Bai Jian had fallen into a deep sleep, saying that he wanted to properly nourish his sword intent. The last time he attacked, Bai Jian had indeed injured his great Dao foundation. However, he didn't take this to heart. He even felt that it was dispensable. After a big dream, he would naturally be able to recover. Although he couldn't fully recover, so what? After all, being able to live was the most important thing. Everything else could be put aside for the time being. Because of the mysterious yellow jade, Princess Mingzhu's injuries were also the fastest to recover. She was still standing at the bow, looking ahead. It had been several days since anyone dared to come forward to die. Even if she didn't have to pay attention to it all the time, there probably wouldn't be any inexplicable attacks flying over. When they had just entered the in-flame world, someone had done so, but the outcome was a dead end. Since then, their reputation had spread, and no one dared to launch sneak attacks. It was unknown whether the sneak attacks could kill these 3 intruders. However, could they kill themselves? Now, Xiaoyang and the other 2 were really notorious. As long as they were mentioned in the in-flame world, their expressions would definitely change. It was also because Xiaoyang didn't go to understand. Otherwise, he wouldn't know what kind of demon he had become in word of mouth and how hateful he was. Holding the railing, Xiaoyang looked ahead as if he was a little numb. Princess Mingzhu sighed and said solemnly, "It won't be easy for the Assemble Fire Alliance next." Xiaoyang nodded. He naturally understood this point. Since the Assemble Fire Alliance had learned a lesson from the Mo family, they would probably spend more effort to prepare. Therefore, the situation that they were going to face would become much worse because of this. In fact, under continuous improvement, the Assemble Fire Alliance would become a real inescapable net, waiting for the 3 of them to walk into it. These were all foreseeable, but difficult to guard against. Chapter 2781. Thinking about these things, Xiaoyang felt a headache. At the beginning, he had indeed calculated how to fight. However, after the situation with the Mo family, he knew that his judgment was still a little off. And such a mistake would only create trouble for themselves. With the first mistake, there naturally couldn't be a second one. Otherwise, it would really be difficult for them to take a step forward. It was very likely that he would even give up his own little life. Such a mistake naturally couldn't happen again. You don't have to be too stressed. If your mental state is too exhausted before the war, we don't have to fight anymore. We'll just have to deal with whatever comes our way. Why worry? Princess Mingzhu smiled and said, since they could beat the Wanshou realm to the point that they didn't dare to invade the Four-Realm Alliance, what was a small Yin Flame realm? So what if the Yin Flame realm was harder to deal with than the Wanshou realm? But you're a little weaker. That's where the disadvantage lies. Xiaoyang knew that these were just words to comfort him. He didn't answer and just smiled. They could ignore some problems, but Xiaoyang couldn't. In a team, there must be someone with a clear mind to do these things. Otherwise, it would be very easy for their team to reach the end of the road. Let's see what they'll do when the time comes. Xiaoyang smiled bitterly. Now, Xiaoyang really missed blind left and blind right. Back then in the Wanshou realm, it was because of these two spies who passed on information that things were much smoother. But now, it made him feel rather helpless. The information he could get was still limited. Now he knew nothing about the Assemble Fire Union's situation. For example, it was difficult to figure out what exactly they were doing. The Yin Flame realm only looks united, but in my opinion, the gap between the forces is still very big. Princess Mingzhu said, if that wasn't the case, when the Mo family retreated, the Assemble Fire Union and the Luoyan Mountain in the west should have helped them. But they didn't and chose to stand by and watch. This could explain too many problems. What close relationship! That was just how it looked. When the calamity truly befell them, they would most likely uphold the belief that their fellow Taoist would die rather than themselves. Thinking of this, Princess Mingzhu also felt that it was somewhat laughable. Xiaoyang only nodded indifferently. She was naturally aware of this point. If there was no gap between these forces, then there would be no such thing as a few major forces, but rather the entire Yin Flame realm. If the almighties of the Yin Flame world could really gather together, Xiaoyang and the other two would have no chance of fighting them head-on. In the end, they would only end up losing their lives in vain. However, these forces are as stable as Mount Tai. They wouldn't even frown if they were asked to die, Xiaoyang added. Looking at the gloomy and barren land below, Xiaoyang felt very helpless. The atmosphere of this place was indeed poles apart from the myriad beast realm. However, it didn't seem to be too far off. It was just that some details were different. But at the end of the day, it was still good enough. That's a little strange, Princess Mingzhu said with a bitter smile. If it wasn't for these guys having such a mentality, the three of them would have a much easier time attacking the Yin Flame world. Different places had different people, so it was normal for their mentality to be different. Moreover, the cultivators of the Yin Flame world were strange to begin with. How could they be judged with common sense? All of a sudden, Xiaoyang saw a cultivator flying towards their flying ship at high speed. Princess Mingzhu raised her eyebrows. Originally, after killing so many enemies, the cultivators of the Yin Flame world would become more well-behaved, and it would indeed be peaceful for a long time. But now, someone else had come. There were often people who weren't afraid of death, but it was a bit strange for someone to come and die like this. I really thought that the backbone of the Yin Flame world had been broken by us. Princess Mingzhu held the hilt of her sword and sneered. Even if you had a backbone and kept rushing over to die, she wouldn't care. Since you were courting death, no matter how many people came, she would kill them all. If you couldn't think it through and wanted to hit the sword, what could be done? No one could do anything about it. They could only help them. Xiaoyang, on the other hand, had an interested look on his face. He wanted to see what kind of knowledgeable person there was at this stage of the game. When the figure got closer and closer, the two of them looked at each other in dismay and felt that it was strange. He's actually only in the Wu Zun realm. Princess, Mingzhu muttered with some doubt. Xiao Yang also had a helpless look on his face. The other party dared to stop them from advancing with such a low level of cultivation? This was really a bit unreasonable. Could it be that the martial emperor of the Inflame world isn't as courageous as the Wu Zun realm? Xiao Yang joked. Although the other party was only in the Wu Zun realm, he dared to come and stop their advance. This was also worthy of respect. However, which of the martial emperors of the three major forces weren't scared to the point of staying far away? Now, Xiao Yang's interest was piqued. He was also very curious. What was the purpose of this little guy's arrival? Wu Zun realm, in a small place, was indeed an incredible existence. However, in the 3,000 middle worlds, it was not enough. The revered martial artist who had arrived was dressed in a black robe. His eyes were filled with determination and determination. It was as if the spirit of, "I'm here to die, just kill me," was written on his forehead. In his eyes, there was a courageous look, one that showed that he was not afraid of death. With such a demeanor, in the future, he would definitely become an existence that guarded a region. However, this kind of hero was only an embryo and had yet to mature. It could be said that anyone on the ship only needed to use a finger to easily crush the little Wu Zun who was rushing over. The young man in black stopped when he was 2 to 3 miles away from the flying ship. He looked over and saw Princess Mingzhu and Xiao Yang. The two of them stood there, one holding the railing, and seemed to have nothing to do. Although the woman in white was holding a sword and had a strong, murderous aura, she seemed to be one with the flying ship. The man and woman's aura seemed to form a sharp contrast. Chapter 2782. Looking at the black-clothed Wu Zun in front of him, Xiao Yang's eyebrows showed a little more interest. Not to mention what this person wanted, to be able to come here, it took a lot of courage to do so. No matter how he looked at it, there didn't seem to be anything strange about the other party's body. The other party was just like a generous person who was ready to die. As for other emotions, he really couldn't see the slightest bit of it. Such a person was more or less interesting. "May I know what Wu Zun is here for this time?" Xiao Yang asked with a smile. Since the other party didn't make a move immediately, there was no harm in asking out of politeness. Anyway, this journey was boring. It didn't seem bad that someone came out to relieve their boredom. As for other things, there was no need to be too demanding. The black-clothed Wu Zun just looked angry and didn't say anything for a long time. Xiao Yang was also patient. As long as the airship continued to move forward, it was fine. If the other party dared to make a move, then he would directly kill him. If you want to talk nicely, then I will talk nicely with you. I won't bully you just because of my realm. If you want to make a move, then Xiao Yang wouldn't hesitate. What's the harm in fighting with you? The black-clothed Wu Zun's background wasn't bad. In their place, he was considered a genius and a hero. Moreover, he could be considered a person of virtue and prestige. In the local area, he was highly worshipped. The black-clothed Wu Zun's name was Nan Hong. He had a great reputation in the local area. Once, there were big forces who wanted to recruit him, but because of some conflicts, he didn't agree. Therefore, no matter how good this person's talent was, he didn't have the method. Therefore, when this family's cultivation method was cultivated to the peak, his realm began to stop. Nan Hong didn't care. He felt that as long as he stood righteously between heaven and earth, that was enough. Why should he think about other things? Moreover, it was useless to think too much. Ever since Nan Hong found out that Xiao Yang and the other two had entered the country, she was seething with anger. She directly came over and was prepared to have a good talk with them. If the other party did not give him a chance to speak, then it was fine. If he died for the sake of his own will, then it could be considered a worthy death. Nan Hong's reputation of being upright and plain-spoken was not just for show. It was also because of his character that he had offended many factions. If it were not for a martial monarch saying that he wanted to take Xiao Qin as his personal disciple, Xiao Qin would have been killed long ago. "I'm Nan Hong, and I've only come this time to ask a question. The black-clothed young man took a deep breath and calmed his mind before speaking in a low voice. Xiaoyang smiled and nodded his head, saying, "Ask away." It was naturally the most comfortable to talk to a straightforward person. If he had to be coy about everything and constantly try to figure it out, it would be really tiring. Princess Mingzhu did not say a word, but her hostility had quietly decreased by a lot. Of course, in her opinion, dealing with a mere Wu Zun did not require much fighting spirit. She could easily kill him with a wave of her hand. Moreover, looking at Xiaoyang's current interest, it would be best if they did not disturb him. If they wanted to say something, then they would say it. It would not be too late to make a move after saying it clearly. If they said it well, as long as they did not make a move, it would be fine to let him leave alive. Because their purpose this time was very clear, and that was to kill all the masterminds of the invasion of the Four Realms Alliance. They must die. As for the cultivators who did not know about it, there was no need to kill them. After all, they did not do anything wrong. Instead, they suffered an undeserved calamity. That was not justifiable. Why did Xiaoyang and the other two come to the Yin Flame realm in a rage? It was because many innocent people were slaughtered. That was why they were so angry. First question: why did the three of you invade our Yin Flame realm, kill so many experts, and cause the entire Yin Flame realm to be in turmoil? Countless innocent people have been displaced and live in fear all day long. Nan Hong took a deep breath and blurted out all her questions. There were even some that didn't match up with each other. Nan Hong could not be blamed. He was just a mere Wu Zun. How could he not be afraid when facing a martial emperor expert, especially one who was famous for being fierce? It wasn't easy for him to come this far just by relying on his willpower. Hearing this, Xiaoyang immediately laughed. Speaking of which, it was strange that this guy did not know why he was here. What was the root cause of all this? However, after thinking about it carefully, he felt that it was normal. Rumors were just rumors. Sometimes, when the words were spread, it was inevitable that there would be some discrepancies. Even if it was said too much and spread far, the meaning would start to change drastically. It would even become very different. That was normal. Looking at Nan Hong, who was in the dark, Xiaoyang shook his head helplessly. However, the other party had a pure heart, which was also rare. It did not seem to be a problem to say a few more words to him. Do you know that my world was jointly invaded by the Mo family and the Fire Gathering Alliance not long ago? Xiaoyang said with a smile. As soon as these words came out, Nan Hong's heart trembled, because from this sentence he also saw a person's expression. The Almighty, who even looked a little weak, had eyes full of hatred. Obviously, this matter was true. Furthermore, that invasion was also a great catastrophe to their own world. Otherwise, it would not be like this. At this moment, Nan Hong's heart also weakened, because looking at it this way, the other party did not invade for no reason. They came for revenge. Taking revenge for enmity was a matter of course. Could it be that he could stop it or remonstrate a little more? Now, Nan Hong felt that his information was not well informed enough. He came rashly, thinking that he was standing on the absolute right. But now, it seemed that he came without knowing the reason and now fell into an extremely awkward situation. Like this, Nan Hong's face was also a little embarrassed. When he came, all he heard was how evil these three people were and how they did all kinds of bad things. However, he had never heard anyone say that this matter was started by the Mo family and the Fire Gathering Alliance. He only knew that they killed everyone they met along the way. No matter who it was, as long as they dared to stop them, they would definitely die. In their Yin Flame world, they did all kinds of bad things. Moreover, they were incomparably arrogant and domineering, trampling the face of their entire world under their feet. They did not take it seriously at all. Such an abominable person should be killed by everyone. Chapter 2783. Nan Hong felt that there might be a lot of exaggerations in the rumors he had heard, and there might be a lot of truth in them. No one was a fool, so how could it be completely false? Nan Hong was also sorting out his state of mind. and at the same time he began to think about what to say. If this disaster could be stopped here, it would be a good thing. Even if he risked his life, so what? As long as this disaster could be stopped, then there would be millions of people in the Inflame world who would avoid the disaster. They would not be displaced or even lose their lives. Nan Hong felt that the responsibility on his shoulders was very great, so he had to do his best in this interview. Xiaoyang was still holding the railing, looking indifferent. Since you want to argue with me about this matter, then let's talk about it calmly and see who is in the wrong. Xiaoyang had always disliked bullying the weak. But if you dared to do something that crossed his bottom line, then you would have to think carefully about whether you could withstand his wrath. The faint sound of wind blew past. Princess Mingzhu felt a little tired and yawned. No matter how she looked at it, it was impossible for a fight to break out. At the same time, Princess Mingzhu also felt that it was strange. She did not expect a person like Nan Hong to appear in the foul Inflame world. He seemed like a saint. However, whether it was praise or ridicule, that could only be seen in the future. She would see whether this person was the same on the outside or was just selfish. This was not something that could be explained in a few words, and no one had a lot of time to stay here and observe. It was fine as long as they could see the matter in front of them, clearly. Every injustice has its perpetrator. Every debt has its debtor. Why do you kill everyone you see? Nan Hong continued to ask. Xiaoyang shrugged with a smile. Are you dead? Nan Hong was stunned for a moment. He looked at himself and found that he was indeed alive and well. Nan Hong also knew that he was only in Wu Zun's realm. He could not pose a threat to Xiaoyang and the others, so they did not directly kill him. When I came here, I made it clear that I will only target the masterminds who participated in the crusade against our world. As for those who are not involved, they can just leave. However, they attacked us the moment they arrived. Could it be that we should repay evil with kindness and let them hit us a few times? If you have anger, can't we? Xiaoyang sneered. As soon as these words were spoken, Nan Hong instantly went silent. If that was the case, it would make sense. What the other party did was merely to protect him. But no matter how he thought about it, he felt that something was wrong. There seemed to be some discrepancies somewhere, but Nan Hong couldn't figure out what the problem was. Seeing the airship getting closer and closer, Nan Hong felt more and more stressed. He couldn't wait to find the most logical point. But as he looked around, he felt a headache coming on. He couldn't think of a reason at all. You said that I caused your Inflame world to be plunged into misery and suffering, causing countless people to lose their homes. But all along the way, I only killed the people who blocked the way and the cultivators of the Mo family. When have I killed the innocent? I didn't target them. As long as they stayed in their own territory, how could they lose their homes and suffer? Xiaoyang continued. Hearing these words, Nan Hong's brows almost frowned together. This was because the answer he heard now was vastly different from what he had heard before. The difference was so great that even Nan Hong, who thought he was full of justice, began to feel a little shocked. Even his Dao heart began to tremble. It seemed that the beliefs that he had used to support himself all these years were rapidly collapsing. It was like a castle in the air. In the end, it was just an illusion and was useless. Seeing that Wu Zun's state of mind had a big problem, Princess Mingzhu also shook her head with a bitter smile. This guy really didn't have any stance at all. What other people said was the truth. Everything was just hearsay. He didn't personally verify it and just relied on a pair of ears to hear it. Was that the truth? When different people said the same thing, there would be different versions. After all, everyone had their own preferences. It was inevitable that they would inject their own opinions into a matter due to their emotions. They might even unknowingly draw a line between themselves and the matter. Xiaoyang grabbed Nan Hong and placed him on the bow of the boat. It's fine. You have plenty of time to think about it slowly. There's no rush. When you want to ask again, you can come and ask. As long as he didn't do anything against the three of them, everything would be fine. Furthermore, you can go all the way down south to verify who is telling the truth. As long as you don't do anything, we can talk about it properly. It's fine, Xiaoyang said with a smile. Nan Hong glanced to the side. Seeing how Xiaoyang did not seem to care, he knew that Xiaoyang clearly had nothing to fear, which was why he could act like that. At this moment, Nan Hong's mental state became extremely unstable. He felt that the things he had been holding on to before were about to shatter. When he was bullied by the myriad beast world in the past, Nan Hong could not understand why these invaders were doing this. After the myriad beast world was repelled, before he could rejoice, someone else invaded. When he learned that the invaders were only here for revenge, his feelings became even more complicated. Since when did the Inflame world become a weakling that was invaded? A tyrant that invaded other worlds? If you want to ask me why I'm doing this, then I can only tell you that I haven't brought my army over yet. The Inflame world is just in a state of panic. Yet you've come to reason with me in such a furious manner, not even caring about your own life. Think about it. If I came with my army and slaughtered countless innocent people in the Inflame world, what kind of mental state would you be in? Xiaoyang sneered. Nan Hong held his head. He was in great pain right now. He couldn't even understand what was going on. Although Nan Hong was a righteous person, he was not a good person. Just like now, he felt that Xiaoyang coming for revenge was a matter of course. There was no problem. However, the ones who were injured were their Inflame world. His own world suffered such a war. How could he bear it? However, the other side coming for revenge seemed to be a reasonable matter. There was nothing to blame at all. With all these mixed up, what could he do? Chapter 2784. The more he thought about this, the more Nan Hong felt a splitting headache. He couldn't even bear the pressure and fell to the ground, hugging his head and crying out in pain. Nan Hong felt like his head was about to explode. It was as if some truths were quietly unfolding in his heart. And those were things he was very resistant to, which was why he felt so uncomfortable. Princess Mingzhu was dumbfounded. This little guy was really easy to get into a dead end. And with this, he almost denied himself, which was why he was in so much pain. Sometimes words could kill. It seemed that this saying was true. Princess Mingzhu looked at Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang looked like it had nothing to do with him. He asked for it. He wanted to come to reason with it, but he didn't even know the development and process of the matter. He just came based on some rumors. This was his own trouble. He came without preparation. Wasn't that asking for trouble? Xiaoyang wasn't some demon who killed people like scything flax. He wasn't that belligerent. He just wanted revenge. That was all. Thinking that Chun Mingho, Holy Lord of the Dark Night, and the others had already passed away, Xiaoyang's pent-up anger began to fluctuate. Compared to the Inflame world, his methods were still a little benevolent, because along the way, he killed people who deserved to be killed. He didn't touch those ignorant people. Thinking about those innocent people who had died tragically, Xiaoyang's body naturally released a murderous aura. If he could, he wanted to overturn the entire Inflame world. Seeing this, Princess Mingzhu immediately pulled Xiaoyang. If he lost control of his emotions at this time and even fell into his inner demons, it wouldn't be good news. Xiaoyang also instantly woke up. He smiled at Princess Mingzhu. Some hatred, no matter how strong, needed to be controlled. If a person relied on his own emotions to do things, what was the difference between him and a walking corpse? Moreover, everyone had their own path. That powerful killing intent alarmed Bai Jian, who was in the boat. After he came out, he saw such a scene. Bai Jian scratched his head in confusion. He really couldn't understand what was going on. Did you guys cast some kind of spell on this guy? Bai Jian asked with some doubt. Princess Mingzhu shook her head and said he thought he was righteous and wanted to talk to us, but after hearing some facts, he couldn't stand it and became like this. Hearing this reply, Bai Jian was dumbfounded. There really were a lot of talents in the Inflame realm. They were clearly in the wrong first, but there were still people coming to talk to them in such a righteous manner. If word of this got out, it would probably be the biggest joke in the world. The world was big, and there were all sorts of strange things. This saying was not wrong. No matter where one was, there would always be some strange things. However, this Wu Zun seemed to be quite normal, and he didn't feel that he was in the wrong. His current situation was probably more due to shame. He was too ashamed to show his face. Why bother? Bai Jian shook his head, helplessly. If this guy couldn't calm down his thoughts and continued like this, there would be a big problem with his state of mind. He might even deny himself. He had worked so hard to cultivate to this point, but it would all be gone in a day. However, this had nothing to do with Bai Jian, so why should he care? He was just asking for it. Bai Jian even found it interesting. There weren't many interesting people, and there weren't many people who would come with such righteousness and be ashamed because they were in the wrong. At least this little Wu Zun was still considered a normal person in the Yin Flame realm. He wasn't like Danwu, who was hopeless. Xiao Yang leaned against the railing, and his heart became much quieter. Such people were indeed worthy of admiration, but they didn't have much of a stance. An enemy was an enemy, and it wouldn't change. Princess Mingzhu didn't care. It was just a little Wu Zun, and there was no need to take it to heart. This matter was over, and it didn't even count as a small disturbance. Bai Jian still had a very curious look on his face, and kept sizing up this little guy. Nan Hong was also thinking about what he had done wrong. Many emotions and thoughts suddenly exploded at the same time. He felt like his brain was about to explode. It seemed like the order of things had started to be reversed, and his beliefs collapsed. He didn't know what to do. He wanted to walk a path that belonged to him, but there was only darkness where he raised his foot. It was as if he landed, he would be consigned to eternal damnation. However, Nan Hong braced himself and landed. He felt that he couldn't stay where he was and trap himself. No matter what the outcome of this step was, it was his own choice. If he was wrong, he would die. Even death was better than living in such a muddled state, unable to distinguish right from wrong. Suddenly, Xiao Yang and Princess Mingzhu both raised their heads. This was because they saw a boundless amount of providence surging into the flying ship at this moment. In the end, it flowed into the body of the trembling Nan Hong. Bai Jian was even more shocked. He looked at the rather spectacular scene in front of him, and was so shocked that he couldn't speak. There was actually such a thing. The fortune of the Yin Flame realm was even more strange. It was gray. He received the blessings of the heavens just like that. Bai Jian said, somewhat dumbfounded. What was going on? It was just a few words, and he could receive the blessings of the heavens and earth just by falling here? It was really the first time he encountered such a thing. The atmosphere of the Yin Flame realm was really strange. He could even receive some benefits like this. And looking at this situation, Nan Hong could receive quite a lot of benefits. Xiao Yang watched as the fortunes poured into Nan Hong's body. He also smiled bitterly. There were too many oddities in this world. However, this was also something that Nan Hong deserved. A person with a pure and innocent heart, even though he was a little stupid, still deserved some goodwill. After all, there would naturally be changes if there were more people like this in a world. The current Yin Flame realm was because of the heavy Yin Qi, which led to such an atmosphere. If it could change, it would be a good thing for the worlds around the Yin Flame realm. Receiving the blessings of the world, the shackles that Nan Hong had been troubled by for a long time were directly broken under the impact of this flood-like fortune. In the blink of an eye, Nan Hong broke through the shackles and reached the Qingwu realm. However, the blessings of the heavens and earth did not stop. They continued to pour in as if they wanted to burst him. Countless fortunes poured in, and Nan Hong's aura became stronger and stronger. His realm broke through faster and faster. Princess Mingzhu pressed one hand on the hilt of her sword and slowly pulled it out with murderous intent. Chapter 2785. In the blink of an eye, after a few questions and answers, this guy was able to receive the blessings of the Yin Flame world. With the blessing of providence, his realm soared rapidly. Princess Mingzhu could not help but frown slightly. She even had the intention to kill. It was not that Princess Mingzhu was petty and could not tolerate others. So what if Nan Hong's realm rose to the same level as hers? Even if he received the blessings of heaven and earth and soared to the sky, Princess Mingzhu could easily kill him. The reason why she had the intention to kill was naturally very simple. Today, Nan Hong received the blessings of heaven and earth. If he could control and wear it down for a long time, he would be able to master it. In fact, given enough time, he might even grow into a great enemy. By then, with the blessings of heaven and earth, Nan Hong would be able to unify the in-flame world that was split into several great forces. The three of them wanted to fight against the power of the entire world. With their current level, it was still far from enough. Thus, when the war started, their four-realm alliance might be destroyed. If such a huge threat was eliminated now, there would naturally be no more so-called accidents in the future. Sometimes one had to be extremely decisive when taking action. There was no room for hesitation. Sometimes one could not bear it or ignore it. It might bring disaster to one's own world. Naturally, the choice was clear in one's heart. Xiao Yang looked at Princess Mingzhu and shook his head, indicating that there was no need for her to be so extreme and kill this person directly. Bai Jian was dumbfounded and could not help but laugh. He felt that after his trip to the Sword Scar Abyss, his realm had risen rapidly. However, in the end, it was still due to his accumulation. But now, this Nan Hong was enjoying the fruits of others' labor. He was enjoying these blessings and madly increasing his strength. Comparisons were odious. This sentence was really true. One had to know that this guy was only in the realm of Wu Zun previously. Now he was in the realm of King Wu, rank 6. Moreover, the blessings of heaven and earth were still pouring into him. Obviously, he would continue to break through. Although he was born with the opportunity, this person is only like this because of his state of mind. If there comes a day when he can't make a move legitimately, his realm will also cease to exist, Xiaoyang said with a smile. However, if Nan Hong was fighting for the in-flame realm, then this realm still existed. However, Nan Hong was the first to pass the hurdle in her heart. If he tried to deceive himself by borrowing the power of heaven and earth, he would probably end up being rejected by heaven and earth, and the losses would outweigh the gains. At the same time, Xiaoyang was also very curious. Someone like Nan Hong could barely be considered untainted in the in-flame world. Just how far could he go in the future? The 3,000 middle worlds are truly mysterious and unparalleled. It's truly baffling. Bai Jian's tone was filled with envy as he spoke. After knowing the whole story, Bai Jian felt that it was infuriating. What was going on? It was baffling. Princess Mingzhu hesitated for a moment. Although she did not make a move, she did not loosen her grip on her sword hilt. Princess Mingzhu also needed to carefully consider this matter before coming up with a conclusion. After all, if she made a hasty decision, she would only end up harming herself in the end. Therefore, it wouldn't be bad to think a little more sometimes. However, it was not easy to come up with a perfect solution in such a short time. At least for now, she was very hesitant. The providence was still pouring into Nan Hong's body, helping him open up his 8 extraordinary meridians, opening up his dantian and qi dwelling, giving him those supreme abilities. Although Nan Hong could be considered to be born with the opportunity, his ambition was also not to be underestimated. If he could not see through some things, or if he could make the world look askance at him, how could it care for him? Sometimes, being blessed by heaven required consideration from many aspects. Many opportunities and fates did not fall randomly. Even if one's luck was heaven-defying and a great opportunity descended, if one's body was not good enough, it would be a huge problem whether one could receive it. Princess Mingzhu took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "If we do this, we will be raising a tiger and inviting calamity." Back then, Princess Mingzhu was someone who was favored by the 3,000 small worlds. She naturally knew how terrifying it was to have the power of a world. Back then, if it were not for the limited providence of the 3,000 small worlds, Princess Mingzhu would have left them in the dust. Although Nanhong was only favored by the Inflame world, if the providence of a world fell on one person, it would also be an extremely terrifying existence. Perhaps Nanhong would take a new step because of this. Perhaps he would lead the Inflame world further in the future. If they met again in the future, this Wu Zun was just a wishful thinking. But he would be an expert who could decide the direction of the war. There were many reasons here, so naturally, some things were worth considering and worrying about. Sometimes a small mistake could lead to endless troubles in the end. If the Four-Realm Alliance was strong, Princess Mingzhu would naturally not be willing to intervene in this matter. After all, once she killed Nanhong, it would be a complete declaration of war against the Inflame world. An entire world would be her enemy. At that time, she would inevitably be restrained, and every step she took would be very difficult. In a head-on battle or a comparison, Princess Mingzhu would not be afraid of Nanhong at all. So what if Nanhong had great providence and could make up for it this time? If one step was slow, then every step would be slow. Even if you were favored, your foundation was only at the Wu Zun realm. Crossing a large realm, even if you wanted to adapt to it, it would take a long time. Furthermore, if he wanted to stabilize his cultivation base, he would need a very long time to fill it up. So what? Even if we defeat the Fire Union, then control the Luoyan Mountain in the west to control the Inflame world. So what? However, the atmosphere of this place is very difficult to change. Perhaps it will only hate the Four-Realm Alliance even more. In the future, it is possible that it will become the evil wolf hiding in the dark. Of course, by that time, the Four-Realm Alliance would no longer fear the Inflame world. However, if the other party is only plotting to disgust us, then what? Xiao Yang smiled. In Xiao Yang's view, the Inflame world indeed needed someone like Nanhong to appear. It could be said that there were many people like Nanhong in the Inflame world. However, they were not in high positions, so their words were naturally useless, let alone changing the atmosphere. Chapter 2786. Hearing these words, Princess Mingzhu laughed involuntarily. There was nothing wrong with this statement. However, how much did the Inflame realm situation have to do with her? However, Xiao Yang's words did make some sense. In this battle, they could not possibly destroy the entire Inflame realm. If the enmity between them was too great and neither side was willing to take a step back, the final result would be a bloody fight between both sides. Moreover, although the Four-Realm Alliance seemed to have experts overseeing it, their overall strength was still far from the Inflame realm. If these people began to hide and secretly compete with them, the consequences would be unimaginable. Thinking of this, Princess Mingzhu felt sorrowful. It seemed that it was fine not to kill Nanhong. However, it seemed that Nanhong's actions still needed to be carried out according to their plan. Was this really feasible? Moreover, Nanhong was indeed somewhat righteous before. However, with this sudden burst of luck, it was hard to say whether his heart would still be the same as before. Wu Zun might be an overlord in a small place, but in the entire world he was just a drop in the ocean, not worth mentioning. Once a person's cultivation level increased, the power he controlled would also increase. Now that he was in a high position, it was hard to say if he could still maintain the same innocence as before. On the other hand, Bai Jian remained silent. This was because he did not really care about these matters. Naturally, he was not clear about the pros and cons. However, Bai Jian was clear about one thing. If someone dared to attack him or the Four-Realm Alliance, he would only need to draw his sword. Due to the gift from heaven and earth, Nanhong's aura became more and more tyrannical. His cultivation level had also advanced by leaps and bounds, reaching the 8th level of King Wu. His speed was so fast that it left people speechless. In less than an hour, this guy had broken through again and again, and even crossed a major realm. If such a thing were to be spread, people would think it was unimaginable and would not dare to underestimate it. Thinking of this, Bai Jian could not help but sigh at his own inferiority. Good heavens, this kind of luck was really not for show. Xiao Yang, on the other hand, raised his head and looked at the flickering sky, his eyes emitting a fierce look. Now, the commotion caused by Nan Hong was not small. Many of the surrounding forces were alarmed and came to investigate. However, after seeing the airship, they didn't dare to continue forward and maintained a distance of 30 miles from the airship. If they got too close and were targeted by these 3 people from the outside world, or if they were unhappy and attacked, how could they escape? This time, the person with the highest cultivation level among the people who came to investigate was only a beginner martial emperor. Looking at the opportunities here, many people became even more envious. However, they could only blame the heavens and accuse others. No matter how much displeasure they had in their hearts, they could only suppress it in their hearts and did not dare to explode. As for the situation on the airship, no one knew. How could they dare to use their divine sense to investigate? Could it be that they didn't want to live long enough and wanted to die faster? Many people were very puzzled. Why would the great fortune of heaven and earth fall on that airship? The 3 people on the airship were the enemies of their flame world. They were here to destroy their world. One doubt after another constantly appeared in their hearts. Because they couldn't see, naturally they couldn't investigate clearly. Moreover, the news here was immediately transmitted to the gathering Fire Union, and Zhou and the others gathered once again. When they heard about the gathering of great fortune on the airship, they couldn't help but frown. Could it be that they had really lost their way? Now, even this world was helping 3 outsiders. If that was really the case, many people would sigh when these words spread. Especially in Zhou, he carried too many things in his heart. When he received this news, he was even more restless. The anger in his heart could not be vented smoothly no matter what. If that was really the case, even this world was on Xiaoyang's side. Now, their alliance master still hadn't come out of seclusion. If this continued, what were they going to fight for? It was better to wash their necks clean and wait for them to chop them off. Could it be some kind of smokescreen or deliberate bluff using a secret technique? Cheng Jiao asked doubtfully. Everyone was speechless, but they knew very well in their hearts that it was not impossible for such a thing to happen. After all, these guys had uprooted the Mo family's forces with the strength of 3 people. They had beaten them until they could never raise their heads again. Naturally, they knew a lot of methods. During these days, the gathering Fire Union was even more anxious. They spent a lot of money to inquire about the details of the Battle of Wrath River in order to know themselves and their enemies. In the end, the information they obtained was very limited. After all, no one had seen the general situation of the 7 revolutions of Wrath River Array. On the contrary, the Battle of Flying Cloud Mountain and the jade-faced young man killing Emojio with a single sword strike had so much information that they had to think more. Knowing most of the abilities, and even some trump cards, the Union of Fire had come up with a lot of countermeasures. However, if the other party did this now, things would become even more complicated. At the same time, some people were certain that the purpose of Xiaoyang and the other 2 was probably very obvious. That was, they wanted to kill them and destroy their spirit and strength. Perhaps this was the only way to be at ease. Our world naturally can't care for a few outsiders. I've heard that they are suppressed in every aspect. Therefore, I'm afraid there will be some changes in the future. An older cultivator said. Everyone was still smiling bitterly. Who could tell who was right or wrong in this kind of thing? Moreover, they didn't dare to go and investigate personally. They could only speculate. It seems that our situation is getting more and more difficult. There's news from the Wanshou realm. Although the Xianjiao tribe agreed, they didn't do anything. They even intentionally or unintentionally warned the other clans not to act rashly. A man in a green robe said with a wry smile. Everyone shook their heads helplessly. They knew very well that if the Wansho realm didn't get involved, they were probably waiting for both sides to fight to the point that both sides were injured. In the end, they would reap the benefits. However, this was a normal thing. If it were them, they would make the same choice. It's really a storm that's about to come. And Joe sighed. The current Flame world could be said to be suffering from internal and external troubles. The Mo family was the first to bear the brunt, but now it was gone. The next one would be their Gathering Fire Union. Chapter 2787. The Flame realm was in an uproar because of the phenomenon of the world's providence gathering on the flying ship of the outsiders. Many people were wondering what was going on. Such a huge change caught everyone off guard. They couldn't see clearly and couldn't understand what was going on. Many people's gazes fell on the Assemble Fire Union, but there was still no sound coming from the north. However, this was only on the surface. How could Joe and the others just sit and wait for death? Although they didn't see any movement, there was an undercurrent surging. After all, no one was willing to give up their lives. What was even more strange was that the flying ship was still moving forward slowly, but the Providence was following it. In other words, the Providence didn't all fall in one place, but fell into the flying ship. After such news spread, many almighty figures began to lose their composure. Such dense karmic luck was practically unheard of. Some geniuses in the past had also received some gifts when they broke through, helping them take a step forward. However, such a dense and continuous blessing of luck was something that had never been seen before. In addition, there was still no sound from the Assemble Fire Union, so no one dared to act rashly. Otherwise, some things would be hard to say. Of course, there were also some ignorant people who couldn't keep their cool and started to spread rumors. They started to panic. They said that the Mo family and the Assemble Fire Union had done nothing in the past thousands of years, and in the end, they provoked the wrath of the heavens and the resentment of the people. Even the Flame realm couldn't tolerate them and needed to use the hands of outsiders to eliminate them. There were many such sayings. Once someone started it, it could be said that there was no shortage of busybodies no matter where it was. There were even those who didn't mind watching the show and couldn't wait to promote this matter even more. Among them, there was no lack of people who had ulterior motives, but didn't see the big picture. In their opinion, if the Assemble Fire Union fell, then there would inevitably be many vacancies in the vast Flame realm. If that was the case, wouldn't that mean that their opportunity had arrived as well? If they could rise again, they might be able to gain a lot of benefits from this turmoil. It was also because of this that some forces began to quietly plan. Once the time was ripe, it would be the time for them to succeed and dominate the world. However, many people's gazes were on the Luoyan mountain, and many words were directed at it. At that time, if the Fire Union really fell, then the falling Flame Mountain would inevitably become the dominant force. Although many other forces were able to get a share of the pie and grew rapidly under such circumstances, it was inevitable that they would see the falling Flame Mountain dominate the market. In the end, it was even difficult to contain them. These were all questions that they needed to consider. Once they were laid out, these were not things that they could estimate. In fact, for the next few thousand years, the falling Flame Mountain would be the dominant force. If the falling Flame Mountain was a little more domineering, it might be able to control the entire Flame world. Some conspiracy theories were also surging like undercurrents, and even started to become turbulent. After all, there were too many things that could happen. It would be best to drag the Luoyan mountain into this as well. Once their vitality was greatly damaged, then the Flame realm could truly welcome the blossoming of 100 flowers. Of course, being able to go one step further was also the strategic vision of many people. As for who would support the Flame realm in the future, that was not a problem they could worry about. If they had such thoughts, they naturally wouldn't target the falling Flame Mountain verbally. Instead, they would do their best to unite against the enemy. But unfortunately, they didn't have such thoughts and awareness. They couldn't wait to obtain benefits for their forces in this chaotic world. Since the invasion and suppression of the other party had become a foregone conclusion, they might as well find some real benefits for themselves. It could be said that following the destruction of the Mo family, the morale of the entire Flame realm had fallen to the bottom. Of course, there were also some hot-blooded people who flocked to the Fire Union, hoping to join forces and kill the 3 outsiders here. They wanted to let them know that arrogance came with a price. So what if their hot-blooded blood ran dry? As long as they could preserve the integrity of the Flame realm, that was enough. This was the difference between the Flame world and the Myriad Beast world. Most of the people in the Myriad Beast world only wanted to protect themselves. Although the Flame world also had some schemers, there were also many people who were willing to stand up and speak out for justice, advancing and retreating together. If it wasn't for the fact that the Mo family was destroyed too quickly, more people would have stood out. As for why no one supported the Mo family before, that was because they felt that the 3 of them wouldn't succeed with the furious river around. But unfortunately, they thought too simply of the matter. They didn't expect the 3 outsiders to be so powerful and directly annihilate them. The flying ship kept moving forward. Every time it moved forward, the stone in the hearts of the Flame realm's cultivators would become heavier. In fact, they knew very well that if they didn't dare to fight, their morale would be completely depleted. Of course, there was another possibility. When things reached an extreme, they would move in the opposite direction. It was already nighttime, and the vast fortune was still pouring into Nan Hong's body. It even began to help him condense spirit veins. Bai Jian subconsciously swallowed his saliva and said, "The providence of the world can reach such a level." Originally, they all thought that the 8th level of King Wu was the end of Nan Hong's fortune. If he continued to advance, it would be a completely different concept on the path of cultivation. Bai Jian continued to murmur, "The gift of the world is really unreasonable. Aren't they afraid that this kid can't take it?" However, it should be known that the current Nan Hong now had practically directly crossed over a major realm. How could he possibly master it in such a short period of time? Even if he had a realm, it would still feel unreal, as if he was above the clouds. If he missed, he might fall directly into a bottomless abyss and never have the chance to rise again. Although Nan Hong had the blessing of the world's fortune and wasn't a rootless tree, how could he control such a huge change? The world was big and full of wonders, but this was the first time they had encountered something like this. It was inconceivable, not to mention the entire Flame realm. Even Bai Jian was dumbfounded when he saw this with his own eyes. Chapter 2788. What Nan Hong created is a world spirit vein. Once he reaches the Martial King realm, it will be no small matter. Perhaps he will be connected to the Flame world in the future. We will be bound together for good or ill. Xiaoyang took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, although he couldn't be sure if the Flame world had given birth to a world spirit, it could be said that the world had placed a heavy bet on the current situation. If he bet on the right thing, everything would be fine. If he was wrong, then Nan Hong would take this fortune to another place, and the Flame world would suffer a great loss. Of course, Nan Hong wasn't such a person. Otherwise, how could the world have the courage to place such a heavy bet? If he bet on the wrong thing, it wouldn't be as simple as suffering a great loss. It might even give rise to more possibilities. How could he not carefully observe such a heavy situation? Xiaoyang also tried to sense if there was a world spirit in the Flame world. However, he didn't find anything in the end by following the direction of the qi. Even if there was a world spirit, it would be very careful. How could it be so easy to find it? Even though Xiaoyang had interacted with the world spirit of the flowing cloud world many times and even had some experience, it was still difficult to find it. However, he didn't force it. After all, Xiaoyang only came for revenge and to prevent future troubles. He didn't really want to destroy the Flame world. If that's the case, then this person is truly a big problem. Princess Mingzhu said in a deep voice. Princess Mingzhu sat at the bow of the ship and looked at the endless darkness below. A trace of disgust flashed through her eyes. Princess Mingzhu no longer had any killing intent. She even somewhat admired this brat who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. To be able to obtain such an honor, there must be a reason behind it. I won't kill him today. If he dares to touch the slightest bit of our four-realm alliance, I will personally take his life. Xiao Yang coldly snorted and said, in Xiao Yang's view, if they really defeated the Fire Union, then the Yin Flame realm would indeed need a hero to lead it and give the world new hope. If the other party still didn't know what was good for them, then they couldn't blame him for being ruthless. Bai Jian smiled. If they were at the same level, no one in the Yin Flame world would be a match for Nan Hong. After all, the Southern Rainbow represented the Yin Flame realm. It was very different from their ordinary universal power of heaven and earth. In the end, their heaven and earth united force was only borrowed. In the future, Nan Hong might very well be this heaven and earth. The difference was obvious at a glance. Following the formation of small spirit veins, Bai Jian was also stunned speechless. He even felt very depressed. If he could have such luck, he would not have to work so hard to cultivate. We won't kill him now. This decision was made by the three of us. When the time comes, we'll kill him together. Don't even think about slacking off, Princess Mingzhu said coldly. Bai Jian smiled and nodded. That was true. Of course, it was still the same problem. Once Nan Hong grew up, he would sit in the Yin Flame realm. To kill him was not something that could be done with the strength of a single person. One person could use the power of a world. How terrifying was that? Naturally, it went without saying. Therefore, when the worst situation happened, Xiao Yang coming alone would be seeking his own death. However, if the three of them worked together, even if you gathered the power of a world, you could still fight. That's good. We need to predict the best plan and the worst plan, Xiao Yang said with a smile. In the past, Princess Mingzhu would not think so far ahead. In this period of time, her growth could be clearly seen. This was also good. In the future, Princess Mingzhu would have a high chance of inheriting the throne and ruling the divine realm. If she wholeheartedly focused on cultivation and did not know about the secular world, and only made decisions based on her mood, there would definitely be a big problem. Therefore, sometimes it was good to be able to see things more broadly. Of course, regarding learning how to rule a world, Princess Mingzhu was just the beginning. Xiao Yang had a lot more worries in his heart than they did, but he didn't say it out loud. Xiao Yang also had high hopes for Nan Hong. Of course, he also hoped that under Nan Hong's rule, the Yin Flame realm could become a good neighbor. Otherwise, the Yin Flame realm would be like a wildfire that could not be burned and would grow again with the spring breeze. That would be a real headache. Living with an evil neighbor was like asking a tiger for its skin. He would be on tenterhooks for a long time. In the past, I thought that I was blessed by the heavens. Now, it seems that I'm still too inexperienced, Bai Jian said with a bitter smile. Because now, Nan Hong had merged 4 small spiritual veins and reached the realm of Martial Emperor. With this sleep, Wu Zun had directly risen to the realm of Martial Emperor. This speed was only in a day. If such a thing were to spread, it would be truly shocking. If he did not see it with his own eyes, even if he saw it clearly now, Bai Jian would not believe it. This was too unreal. Xiao Yang also noticed this and laughed. It could be said that he had been through a lot of hardships along the way. Back then, in order to step into the realm of Martial Emperor, he had racked his brains and killed Han Jingming in reality. In the end, luck fell on Princess Mingzhu. Then, he thought of ways to sense the heart of the world. In the end, he killed Su Changtian and borrowed the luck of the 3,000 small worlds to bring him an opportunity. Thus, he became the 11th Martial Emperor. In the end, the 3,000 small worlds did not allow him to become a Martial Emperor. Endless lightning tribulations fell. After going through difficulties, he could truly enter the realm of Martial Emperor. On the other hand, this Nan Hong had directly ascended from Martial Saint to Martial Monarch. Such a speed was truly unprecedented, and no one would be able to achieve it in the future. Of course, even if Nan Hong was blessed by the luck of heaven and earth, it would take a long time for her to properly control this power in the future. If she did not control it well, it would be like water without roots. It came quickly and disappeared quickly. Comparisons were odious. Bai Jian held his face with both hands. He looked at Nan Hong with a helpless and jealous gaze, who didn't have difficulties breaking through. The opportunity needed was even more difficult. If one was not careful, they might even go berserk. However, the person in front of him made him feel very unbalanced. Why was he able to break through so quickly without any obstruction and with the help of the heavens? No matter who it was, after knowing this, they would be very unhappy. Moreover, the great Tao was not fair. The survival of the fittest was an unchanging principle since ancient times. The blessing of providence had yet to stop. Chapter 2789. The blessing of providence had not stopped, and Nan Hong's aura continued to rise. As for her realm, it naturally did not stop, and she continued to break through. Right now, Bai Jian's jaw was about to hit the ground. She had broken through so many realms, but there was no sign of stopping. What was going on? Could it be that the Yin Flame realm wanted to use up all their providence to forcefully push Nan Hong out? In terms of realm, she would be on the same level as them or surpass them, or even reach a higher realm. If that was the case, it was indeed inconceivable. However, the more she improved, the more this Nan Hong would be like a medicinal pot. A powerhouse that was abruptly created using medicinal power was still not enough to deal with him. Although this luck was much stronger than the medicinal effect and was different, they still achieved the same result through different means. Later, I'll have to think carefully about what's going on. Xiao Yang smiled. Thinking of this, Xiao Yang also thought of another person. That was Mu Yang's former disciple, Zhou Xiao, who had betrayed the flowing cloud realm. Back then, Zhou Xiao seemed to be an unknown person, but he would suddenly erupt occasionally and become Mu Yang's disciple under the influence of gods and demons. That was probably all manipulated by the world spirit. However, the world spirit did not use strong medicine, but let him progress step by step. Although the speed seemed fast, it was not as exaggerated as Nan Hong's. It seemed that he had to find a chance to ask Lu Yun about this in the future. At least from Xiao Yang's point of view, the current Nan Hong was being forced to grow by pulling up seedlings. What else could it be? This realm is afraid that we will be beaten to a pulp, so it created an expert that can stop us. Bai Jian said disdainfully. Xiao Yang shook his head and only smiled, not agreeing. If it wanted to create an expert to kill them, the person chosen would definitely not be Nan Hong. Not to mention the 2 Type 6 powerhouses that were still alive. Even the group of Type 5 powerhouses were not too bad. Creating the strongest of them was much cheaper than nurturing the Southern Rainbow Flower. Second level Martial King. In a short time, Nan Hong broke through again. Bai Jian swallowed a mouthful of saliva and shook his head. He felt like he was dreaming. Although he wasn't the one who had broken through, it was still hard to believe. Princess Mingzhu slowly stood up when she saw the first rays of dawn breaking through the sky. She heaved a sigh of relief when she saw the providence begin to thin out. If Nan Hong had really advanced all the way to the same realm as them, then Princess Mingzhu would really have to consider whether or not she should kill her now. After all, if they were in the same realm as them and were prepared to protect the Collective Fire Alliance, it would be very difficult for them. Even if he did not kill Nan Hong, he had to scatter this karmic luck so that it could no longer continue to nurture him. When the last strand of destiny entered Nan Hong's body, his cultivation level finally stopped at the 3rd Order Martial Emperor. In just 1 day and 1 night, Nan Hong had risen from the tiny Wu Zun to the 3rd Order Martial Emperor realm. Among them, he had directly surpassed King Wu's realm. Such a huge difference really made one sigh. Xiao Yang's expression remained the same. He felt that this was within his expectations. If Nan Hong's cultivation level continued to rise, it would leave him with a lot of trouble in the future. It might even drain the pond to catch all the fish. A moment of prosperity would lead to endless trouble in the future. When the night was completely over, Nan Hong woke up. For Nan Hong, the short span of one day was like a dream. Nan Hong, who had just woken up, felt that the world had turned upside down. He also found it hard to accept at that moment. He looked ahead in a daze. It seemed that he was looking at Xiaoyang, but also seemed to be in a daze. Xiaoyang and the rest didn't disturb him. It's not too late for you to speak when you can accept this result. Bai Jian looked at this guy's dazed expression, and a smile appeared the corner of his mouth. A sudden burst of great luck could really knock someone out directly. Speaking of which, it was indeed a little funny. After a long time, Nan Hong opened his mouth and said, "What happened?" "Maybe the heavens took pity on you and gave you great luck, which led to your current cultivation level," Xiaoyang said calmly. Although Nan Hong's improvement was shocking, Xiaoyang still maintained his calm and could accept it. In the past, Xiaoyang had also seen some heaven-defying geniuses. Under many opportunities, directly crossing a major cultivation realm was not something rare. Even Xiaoyang had done such a feat in his previous life. But what he jumped over was not King Wu. Compared to this Nan Hong, who was purely piled up by luck, there was still a huge difference. Nan Hong was speechless for a long time, seemingly still in a daze, looking at the rising sun. The rising sun was still especially rare in the Yin Flame realm, especially the sunlight that still carried some warmth. The Yin Flame realm had always been covered in dark clouds most of the time. It was gloomy and gloomy, making people feel oppressed easily. Bai Jian got up and leaned on the railing, looking at the sunlight that he had not seen for a long time. He also felt much more comfortable in his heart and was not as depressed as before. "Oh, you, don't take it for granted," Bai Jian said with a smile. At this time, Nan Hong had gradually accepted the current situation. Although there were still many clues that he could not figure out, he was not in a hurry. "Thank you for clearing my doubts and giving me such a great opportunity," Nan Hong said with a smile. When he came, Nan Hong was already prepared to die, but he had never thought that he would receive such a great opportunity. "So what? You are now considered a martial emperor expert and have some confidence to speak. Are you prepared to be our enemy, or what?" Bai Jian asked with a smile. At the same time, Bai Jian gently pressed the hilt of his sword. If this person went overboard, he would not mind giving him a sword. As for whether he would die or not, that was his business. Now, Bai Jian was really jealous. Fortunately, he could control himself for the time being, so he did not directly attack and turn his back on them. When Bai Jian heard this, he was speechless. Originally, he thought it was like a dream, unreal. But even the other party said that he had entered the realm of martial emperor. Then he was a real martial emperor. Nan Hong was not excited about receiving such a great opportunity. That was because he was completely shocked and had not recovered yet. Xiaoyang was also looking forward to Nan Hong's answer. After all, the outcome of this matter depended on the other party's attitude. If the other party's state of mind changed because of the great opportunity, then there was no harm in giving him a sword. This was a small matter. "I still want to see the whole thing clearly before making a decision." Nan Hong cupped his fists and said in a deep voice. Xiaoyang smiled and nodded. It seemed that this person had not changed his mind. Chapter 2790. It had to be said that Nan Hong's temperament was not bad. Even in such a state, his original heart did not change, and he could even remain as calm as before. The reason why Nan Hong was valued was very simple, and that was because his temperament was very good. Even though he broke through many realms in a dream, he was able to maintain a relatively calm state of mind, and did not lose the ability to judge himself because he soared into the sky. This was why it was not easy. Since ancient times, many people's temperament would change because of great luck, and their temperament would also undergo a drastic change. However, this was only the beginning, and Nan Hong had not tasted the sweetness of this realm. For example, he was respected by thousands and he would be treated with great respect no matter where he went. These would hit him like sugar-coated bullets, and whether he could maintain his current state of mind in the end was probably another matter. At least for now, they were very satisfied with Nan Hong's answer. If a person's state of mind could be maintained well, he would need to not make any mistakes. For now, Nan Hong was still walking on the same path as before, so it would not be easy for him to change. However, it was hard to say whether everything would be consistent from beginning to end. Everyone would more or less start to change because of some things, but if there was a limit, there would not be too much of a problem. At the very least, it would not become too ridiculous. "That's good," Xiaoyang said, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Nan Hong was startled when he heard this, but he quickly nodded with a smile. Naturally, he also understood the meaning behind these words. It was not easy to have a pure heart from the beginning to the end. In these hundreds of years, Nan Hong had also experienced many things and storms. However, it was also because he had experienced so much that he became more determined in his heart. If he had to go with the flow or make some compromises in exchange for greater power, what was the point? When that time came, would he still be himself? After hearing Xiaoyang's words, Nan Hong revealed an apologetic smile as she recalled what had happened in the past. When Xiaoyang and the others were absorbing the Yin Flame world's fate to rapidly break through, they did not act to eliminate him. From this, it could be seen that their temperament and character were not bad. However, the reputation of the three of them in the Yin Flame world was truly worthy of the word disreputable. This was something that Nan Hong was particularly unable to figure out. Exactly what had gone wrong to cause him to fall into such an awkward situation. Nan Hong would not generalize. There must be a reason behind it. It was naturally useless to rely solely on their words. Only by carefully experiencing it would one be able to understand the meaning behind it. What he heard from others was ultimately what others said. No one could say for sure who was telling the truth. They could only investigate and judge for themselves. Although Nan Hong was upright, he was not stupid. Although a third-level martial emperor was not a threat to the three of them, they would grow rapidly in the future because of the world's blessing. They would definitely become a big problem in the future. They thought that they were extremely capable and did not put Nan Hong in their eyes at all. Was that why they allowed him to accept the gift? Perhaps that was not necessarily the case. Sometimes it was more straightforward to eliminate the source of trouble. It could even be said that a small investment would yield a huge profit. There was no need to worry about anything. It would be the biggest joke if endless troubles were left behind because of a moment of mercy. The battle between Xiaoyang and the others had caused the Mo family's forces to collapse. They did not have the chance to rise again. It could be seen that they would not leave behind any future troubles. Therefore, the fact that Nan Hong was able to survive and accept the gift of the Yin Flame world was worth pondering over. Princess Mingzhu was still the same as before, as if she was sitting still. What did these things have to do with her? Since Xiaoyang wanted to go with the flow and see if he could change the Yin Flame world, she did not mind waiting to see. If Nan Hong really wanted to attack the Four-Realm Alliance in the future, they would just kill him. So what if he obtained the fate of a world? Once he left the Yin Flame world, he would not have much to rely on. It was only the fate of a world. Princess Mingzhu had obtained the fate of 3,000 small worlds. Fortunately, the path here did not belong to Princess Mingzhu. Otherwise, Nan Hong would not be enough. Bai Jian leaned on the railing. He did not want to take another look. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. In the past, he thought that he had seen through the knot in his heart in the sword scar abyss. He had made great progress, and his improvement could be said to be godly. He could suppress many people in this aspect. However, compared to Nan Hong, who had obtained great luck, it seemed to be nothing. How could he feel good about such a huge psychological difference? Do the three of you have to fight to the death with the Fire Union? Nan Hong suddenly changed the topic and asked in a deep voice. When he said this, Princess Mingzhu and Bai Jian immediately looked at the kid who had obtained great luck with great interest. What, now that he had become a martial emperor, he wanted to mediate and even arm wrestle? Xiao Yang flicked his sleeve and said, "It's not a must, it's a must. We only destroyed the Mo family's forces, and you came to me full of hot blood. If I brought an army and countless innocent people died in the war, what would you do?" It was still the same question. Every injustice has its perpetrator. Every debt has its debtor. In the future, whether it is the Mo family or the Fire Union, if they want to take revenge on the three of us, it's not impossible, Xiaoyang said coldly. This time, it was enough to beat the two forces until they could not raise their heads. If they were unlucky, they might disappear under the overall situation. At that time, even if they wanted to take revenge, they would have to see if they were qualified. Nan Hong frowned. He could feel the extremely heavy hatred and killing intent of the three people. He could not help but frown. Back then, he had only heard some rumors and could not help but rush over, even at the risk of death. Nan Hong sighed helplessly. It seemed that this matter could only be washed away with blood. It was simply impossible for it to end just like that. Nan Hong admits that the words of a lowly person carry little weight. This matter is unreasonable, so I don't dare to say anything more. However, I will definitely investigate this matter clearly. Nan Hong cupped his fists and said, no matter what, he had to investigate this matter clearly before coming to a conclusion. Since he had come to reason, he naturally could not be at a disadvantage. If he was not in the right, how could he be shameless? Chapter 2791. Nan Hong also knew that he could not stop this catastrophe from happening. Even if he persisted, it would be fruitless in the end. Therefore, he did not intend to continue persuading him. After a few words, he went south alone to the central region. He went to the Mo family's courtyard to find out the ins and outs of this matter. Although he did not know what the final outcome would be, he knew that he had to at least get over this mental barrier. Otherwise, these mental barriers would continue to form, but he could not see through them. He was afraid that they would eventually become his inner demons. It was easy to say, but difficult to get rid of one's inner demons. It all depended on the person. On the other hand, Nan Hong's obsession was rather deep. Once his inner demon was formed, it would not be an easy task to eliminate it. He might even be greatly troubled because of this. It was not impossible for him to lose 1,000 years of merit. Looking at Nan Hong's departing figure, Bai Jian slapped the railing and sighed. It was not that Bai Jian was narrow-minded. It was just that some things were not so easy to accept. Moreover, it was not that Bai Jian did not know the pros and cons. He just felt uncomfortable and could not accept it. Princess Mingzhu glanced at Bai Jian, who looked like he was scratching his ears and cheeks, and helplessly laughed bitterly. It was hard to imagine that Bai Jian, who usually looked very lively and did not even have a proper appearance, was actually able to slash out such a deep and sharp sword. One could not judge a book by its cover. In the past, Princess Mingzhu could tell what a person's achievements would be with just a glance. She had never been wrong. However, she later misjudged Bai Jian, who was showing off his abilities. She thought that he was too sharp and would be easily broken. The battle in the West Plains seemed to prove her opinion. However, Bai Jian's trip to the Jianskar abyss had directly caught up with them. This was commendable. Next was Xiaoyang. If it was not for her cousin Shan Wushuang, who nagged her so much, she would not have remembered this person. As for when she met him at the banquet, she thought that he was just SOO. However, the incident in the tomb of the god of sin changed everything in one fell swoop. He even became the 11th martial emperor of the 3,000 small worlds. There was no one like him before, and perhaps no one in the future. Take the recent Nan Hong, for example. She felt that she was just a hothead who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth, and there was no need to waste her energy. However, in the end, this person suddenly obtained great luck. Increasing his cultivation realm was nothing more than a dream. I wonder what will happen to that person after he leaves, Princess Mingzhu said with a smile. Xiao Yang patted his robes and said, "We'll know in the future." Princess Mingzhu rolled her eyes at him. Wasn't that nonsense? Furthermore, judging from the current situation, this was a complete gamble. Moreover, it would be very detrimental to the interests of the Four Realms Alliance. It could be said that if the three of them killed Nanhong, the entire Flame world would be greatly damaged. This way, there were only benefits and no disadvantages. Letting Nanhong go was just a small benefit in the midst of 100 harms. Even if Nanhong took control of the Flame world in the future, they had already shed all pretense of cordiality with the Flame world. It could be said that they would not rest until one of them was dead. It was likely that this matter would not be resolved so easily. Was it possible to shake hands and make peace? Even an idiot would know that it was impossible. Even if this person suddenly obtained great luck, he won't be able to become a formidable person. If his luck is better, he might even be able to rule the world, Xiao Yang said with a smile. Then he shook his head and rejected such a thought. Nanhong only had the luck of the Flame world. As for other things, it could be said that she had no other confidence. Therefore, it was almost impossible for him to take control of the Flame world. In such a large world, benefits were tangled and complicated. Especially after the chaos, people's hearts were scattered. If he wanted to gather them together, so-called benevolence and righteousness would not be enough. I hope he can rectify the atmosphere of the Flame world, Princess Mingzhu said helplessly. After settling the grudges here, it would be best if both sides could coexist peacefully. If the small fights didn't stop, it would still make people feel a little vexed. It'll be difficult, Xiao Yang answered, frowning even more. Even if he had great luck, people's hearts were unfathomable. It would not be easy to make the entire world submit. If Nanhong was born in an aristocratic family, and it was an old family with great influence, he would have such an opportunity. However, he did not have any confidence. Wanting to do this was harder than ascending to the heavens. Suddenly, Xiao Yang also thought of another possibility. It seemed that the situation in the Flame world was not that bad. Some things could be operated from within. There might be a chance to turn things around. If that's the case, I'll be generous and try to pave a path for Nanhong? Xiao Yang said with a smile. If he really did it, Nanhong would more or less have to consider some relationship. If he wanted to fall out with him again, he would have to consider his own face. Princess Mingzhu glanced at Xiao Yang from the corner of her eyes, and there was a hint of doubt in her eyes. To say such words, it was very Xiao Yang. It was also very possible. In the past, when Xiao Yang pacified the demon world, he supported the puppets. Although the storm in the myriad beast realm had subsided, Left Blind and Right Blind were still monitoring every movement there as insiders. They would be the first to know if there was any movement. What do you mean? Princess Mingzhu asked with a smile. Xiao Yang's gaze fell on the west, and there was a hint of playfulness in his eyes. Immediately, Princess Mingzhu and Bai Jian understood. That was his plan. In that case, it was not bad. As for whether it would succeed or not, it was still unknown. It was difficult to decide. Isn't it too risky to go now? Moreover, once our route deviates, I'm afraid the Assemble Fire Alliance will figure something out, Bai Jian said in a deep voice. Princess Mingzhu nodded in agreement and said, they might even force the one in the west to the Assemble Fire Alliance. In that case, our trip will be really difficult. Xiao Yang had naturally considered these problems. This trip to the Assemble Fire Alliance will take at least a dozen days, so there's no rush. As long as you follow the original route, I'll go there alone, Xiao Yang said with a smile. With that, Princess Mingzhu and Bai Jian looked at each other. When you're there alone, if something happens, I'm afraid we won't be able to escape unscathed, Princess Mingzhu said in a deep voice. There were some things that were not as simple as one imagined. A design was just a design. It was not reality before it was realized. Chapter 2792. I don't think so too. After all, the cultivators of the Flame world have always been very cunning. Maybe the one in the west is just putting on a show. Maybe they've already gone to the Gathering Fire Union to set up a trap for us, Bai Jian said in a low voice. The plan they had discussed before was to eliminate the Gathering Fire Union and then use their reputation to suppress the Luoyan mountain in the west. By then, 2 of the 3 forces would be gone and the Luoyan mountain would be alone. At that time, if they did not submit, only destruction awaited them. This was the safest way. However, they were only halfway through the plan, and Xiaoyang already wanted to visit the Luoyan mountain to finalize a plan. Moreover, it was under the condition that the preconditions had not been met yet. In this way, it would really mess up the overall situation and catch them off guard. Both of us are against it. This idea can be dismissed, Princess Mingzhu said indifferently. Even if it was the simplest vote, Xiaoyang's idea seemed a little absurd. It was not that it was impossible, but the probability was too low. Moreover, if they were not careful, they might fail miserably. Previously, they did not have any objections when Xiaoyang did not kill Nanhong. However, it was impossible to do this. Although they were willing to listen to orders in many situations, they could not let Xiaoyang decide on his own in the face of the general situation. Seeing the 2 of them reject his suggestion so decisively, Xiaoyang laughed awkwardly. This approach was indeed a little crazy, but if some problems could be directly settled as soon as possible, the benefits would still be very considerable. Furthermore, the things that Xiaoyang wanted to do were definitely things that he was certain of. It was not something that he would simply act according to his mood and act recklessly, doing whatever he wanted to do. In that case, let's ask the God Emperor, Xiaoyang said with a smile. Princess Mingzhu and Bai Jian looked at each other and nodded. Letting the God Emperor make the decision was the best way to go about it. Then again, Xiaoyang had the stately painting in his hands. Once he was in a difficult situation, he could advance or retreat as he wished. If they advanced, they could pull the God Emperor and swordsman Li over and fight the enemy together. He could use the mountain and river map to retreat to the flowing cloud world and plan for his future. If they were to retreat like this, then once they were separated, there would be no such thing as moving forward or retreating together. At that time, Princess Mingzhu and Bai Jian's situation would become extremely awkward. Therefore, there was still a great risk involved. They had come to the Flame world and were prepared to use the strength of the 3 of them to exterminate the 2 great powers. This was originally a very risky matter. However, when they gathered together, their combat strength could not be ignored. If they were to scatter, then it would be hard to say. Moreover, Xiaoyang was the true backbone of the team. Without him, what would they do next? Or if they encountered other problems, how could they deal with them appropriately? Therefore, Princess Mingzhu could only report this matter to her father and let the God Emperor make the decision. Flowing Cloud World. Since the last time he came here, the God Emperor had not left. Instead, he had stayed here to keep watch. Moreover, from the God Emperor's point of view, the Sword Heart Realm and the Flowing Cloud Realm were necessary places. Moreover, if the other party had any bad intentions, these 2 places would be the first to bear the brunt. Moreover, the current Flowing Cloud World did not have any experts to keep watch. This made people feel somewhat helpless. Once something happened, it would be hard to avoid many unforeseen events. Moreover, the God Emperor had another consideration. That was, if Xiaoyang and the others needed support, he could rush over immediately. As for Li Fengmu, he had long returned to keep watch over the Sword Heart Realm. The Sword Heart Realm was the true first to bear the brunt. On the surface, it was the only way. As for the Flowing Cloud World, it faced the Wanshou world directly. Although that side had become well-behaved, they still had to be on guard. It was better to be safe than sorry. The God Emperor had directly settled down in the Northern Light City. These days he had been staying in the city, Lord's residence. As for the God Realm, King Da and Jiang Zhongqing were keeping watch over there. Naturally, there was no need to worry about handling matters. Although there were no true experts keeping watch over there, it was still not something to be ignored. The other party wanted to sneak over and quietly enter the God realm. That would not work. After all, the God Empress had also come out of seclusion a few days ago. With her keeping watch over the God's capital, nothing could go wrong. The God Emperor was also deeply moved. Now, compared to the two evil neighbors, their top forces were not bad. However, there was still a world of difference between the core strength of the two groups. Therefore, they could only take risks and not directly send their army over and give them a heavy blow. However, when they thought about how Xiaoyang and the other two had killed all the powerhouses of the Mo family, such a blow was indeed very heavy. No matter how they looked at it, losing at least a third of their top forces was worth haggling over. The God Emperor drank tea while Mu Yang and Sun Yukai waited on him. In the past, the God Emperor already knew about Sun Yukai. These days he had lived in the Northern Light City and witnessed the methods of the two heroes of the Sun family. The flowing cloud world, which had been greatly damaged, was gradually recovering its vitality under the management of these two people. Although it would be difficult to recover its former prosperity, some forces were being pushed out in the open. One could see how skilled they were. The God Emperor had even secretly invited the two heroes of the Sun family. If they were willing to join the God realm, he would not mind creating a new position for them to be on equal footing with Prime Minister Jiang Zhangqing and rule the world together. In the end, the two heroes of the Sun family only smiled and said vague words. It seemed like they did not directly respond, but it was also equivalent to a rejection. The God Emperor understood the meaning behind this and did not force them. After all, it was not very kind of him to openly poach them. This also made the God Emperor admire Xiaoyang. The horses chosen by this talent scout were indeed extraordinary. If the two heroes of the Sun family were easily poached, the God Emperor might not dare to use them for long. Being in a high position, ability was a part of it, but integrity was also very important. If they threw themselves onto a broad stage when they saw one, they would probably not hesitate to do so when they saw an even larger stage in the future. The two heroes of the Sun family indeed valued Xiaoyang's recognition of their talents. In addition, the one who proposed this condition was the God Emperor, their strongest ally. Naturally, they could only be vague and not directly respond to it, so as to avoid hurting their relationship. They had a tacit understanding, so they did not point it out. It was fine as long as they knew it in their hearts. There was no need to say it out loud. The current flowing cloud world was more or less a place filled with talents and talents. Suddenly, the God Emperor received the latest news. He immediately raised his eyebrows and fell into deep thought. Sun Yukai and Mu Yang's expressions became much more nervous. Chapter 2793. The airship was still moving forward slowly, maintaining its original speed from beginning to end. However, only Princess Mingzhu was sitting at the front of the ship. Originally, Princess Mingzhu had placed her hopes on her father, the Emperor God, to reject Xiaoyang's idea so that the plan would naturally come to an end. However, in the end, the Emperor God replied, "Everything will be up to Xiaoyang's arrangements." In this way, it could be said that the Emperor God had directly given Xiaoyang authority. In this small team of three, he could decide on his own without the need to discuss with the other two. In fact, they only needed to listen to him obediently. The Emperor God's approach could be said to be very bold. He had given all authority to Xiaoyang. Of course, this was not without reason. Xiaoyang's performance in the previous battle with the Beast Realm was very spectacular. If he had not responded appropriately, even if the Emperor God had come out of seclusion in time, the Four-Realm Alliance would probably still be in a precarious situation. Since Xiaoyang had an idea, he must have the confidence to do it. Therefore, the Emperor God had a different opinion of this young man. Even the Emperor God had already regarded him as an equal and not a junior. Since the Emperor God had said so, Princess Mingzhu and Bai Jian naturally did not have the confidence to continue to stop him. They could only follow his arrangements. As for Bai Jian, because he had injured his vitality by slashing Magia with his sword, he was recuperating in the airship. If anything were to happen, he would be the first to step forward. This could be considered as deliberately mystifying so that the group of people from the Yin Flame realm would not dare to act rashly. Looking at the sky that had returned to darkness, Princess Mingzhu could not help but feel a headache. At the same time, she was very worried. Although Xiaoyang was very capable, there were too many things that could not be confirmed. Therefore, how could such a risky move make people feel at ease? However, it had already happened. How could it be possible to smooth things over just like that? In the end, Princess Mingzhu could only let him go. No matter how much she trusted him, she still had to worry about some things. After all, many things were not as expected. Xiaoyang headed towards the west alone. With regards to the falling flame mountain, he naturally had some plans for it. Xiaoyang's kung fu could be said to have reached the point of perfection when it came to manipulating people's minds. Even though most of the information had been gleaned from the consciousness of Enlin and the others, they were still able to glean the whole picture. Naturally, he was very confident in his heart, so he dared to take the risk. Of course, there was also the possibility of a completely different situation. These were all within Xiaoyang's considerations, and he didn't relax in the slightest. On the way there, Xiaoyang had already begun to figure out his escape route. It wasn't that he was being overly cautious, but it was inevitable. If the Fire Union made an irresistible promise to the falling flame mountain, it was not impossible for them to stand on the same side. Therefore, in this way, there were naturally more things to consider. Once these two behemoths joined forces, it would not be easy to deal with them. It would be best to deal with them one by one. If they really joined forces, the plan would probably have to be changed. Although they hadn't met yet, it was very important to prepare an escape route first. This was to prevent them from not being able to come back after this trip. I only hope that the falling flame mountain doesn't disappoint me, Xiaoyang muttered softly as the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. At the same time, there was some new news from the flowing cloud realm. Another trump card was in place, and Xiaoyang became more confident. However, it was best to keep that trump card in hand and not use it unless it was absolutely necessary. Xiaoyang wore a black robe and concealed his aura as he quickly headed west. At the same time, a youth heading south also arrived at the courtyard that didn't seem to have suffered the slightest bit of battle, but was still completely deserted. This was the Mo family courtyard. After the great battle, the juniors of the Mo family all fled, and they didn't dare to continue staying here. If they angered the three mighty figures, many of their disciples would probably die with a single sword strike. Even until now, there wasn't a single person here. Although it was already peaceful here, and the demons mentioned by the three had already gone north, there was no telling if they would come back for a surprise attack. The core of the Mo family's forces had now completely become a place of trouble. No one wanted to stay here for long, lest they caused big trouble for themselves. It wasn't easy to establish a foothold in this place, no matter how one looked at it. Nan Hong, who was heading south, had also stopped to inquire about some information. However, from the information he got, the three of them were still unpardonably evil. Along the way, they could be said to have committed all kinds of crimes, such as burning, killing, and robbing. However, Nan Hong didn't find any traces of burning, killing, and robbing. In the end, he could only laugh involuntarily. Looking at the Mo family courtyard again, where did it look like a battle had taken place? Although this place had become dilapidated and bleak, and there were indeed traces of smashing in some places, no matter how one looked at it, it looked more like it was caused by fleeing in panic. Nan Hong shook his head helplessly and sighed. What he heard was one thing, but what he saw was another. What he heard was completely different from what he saw. This made Nan Hong even more confused and helpless. No matter how he looked at it, it was difficult for him to get the real answer. Although Nan Hong already knew the answer in his heart, he was still struggling in his heart because of his preconceived notions. If the three of them were really unpardonably evil, then Nan Hong could directly deal with them. He could be considered as a righteous man, so he wouldn't have any scruples in his anger. However, he couldn't do such a simple thing because thinking about it made him feel that the information he heard wasn't so real. On the contrary, what he saw was really admirable. Soon after, Nan Hong continued to head south and arrived at the shore of the raging river. There were traces of a great battle here, and there were potholes everywhere. There were many bloodstains, and it was a ghastly sight. Of course, what shocked Nan Hong even more was that the flying cloud mountain in the south had now fallen into the raging river, cutting the raging river that had existed since the world was created into two halves. Moving mountains and filling seas was nothing more than this. Just how much ability did one need to be able to do this? Nan Hong's mind moved, and the raging river suddenly became turbulent. It was as if it had seen its savior, and it was abnormally excited. The raging river had a spirit, so it could naturally sense Nan Hong, the righteous man who was valued by the Flame world and bestowed with great fortune. If he was willing, as long as he moved the flying cloud mountain away, the raging river would still be the raging river, and it could be restored to its original state. Chapter 2794. Nan Hong was stunned when he saw the furious river. Soon after, he sensed a voice calling out to him from the bottom of Soaring Cloud Mountain. There had always been a legend in the Flame world that the furious river was the foundation of the Mo family's power. There were countless oddities and opportunities within it. Now, was there an opportunity calling out to him? Or could it be that the bottom of Soaring Cloud Mountain was not only suppressing the furious river, but something else? With these thoughts in mind, Nan Hong walked towards Soaring Cloud Mountain step by step. He also wanted to find out what exactly was down there. If he could investigate it clearly, he would naturally be able to obtain more information. Young man, as long as you can save me, I'm willing to acknowledge you as my master. In the future, I'll give you all the divine abilities in the furious river. A strange voice rang out in Nan Hong's ears. Immediately his heart skipped a beat. He knew very well that the voice had come from the bottom of Soaring Cloud Mountain. The furious river indeed had a spirit. It lived up to its reputation. In the past, Nan Hong had thought that it was only a rumor. Now that he had seen it with his own eyes and heard it with his own ears, he was still rather shocked. As for the so-called opportunity, Nan Hong had indeed been tempted. However, what he cared more about now was the beginning and end of this matter. That girl knew he witnessed the battle. She even saw everything clearly. There are some things that you might as well ask her about. A strange voice appeared in Nan Hong's heart. Immediately, the young man was shocked. It was the first time he had heard a voice, and it was so strange. Nan Hong could not help but feel agitated. Because of this, he was even more certain that this was inextricably linked to his great luck last time. It could be said that he still had doubts as to why he had obtained such great luck, to the point where he had directly surpassed King Wu's realm and become a martial king. It was as if a new answer would appear today at this time. Just listen carefully. As for Soaring Cloud Mountain, don't move it away and don't let it out. The voice rang out again, which made Nan Hong even more shocked. After you clarify this matter, go into seclusion to stabilize your cultivation. It's best if you can break through to the ascendant stage before coming out. Right now, this place is already a mess. It won't be too late to clean it up after the storm has passed. There's no need to worry about everything. After these words came out, Nan Hong felt even more confused. Nan Hong hesitated for a moment before asking, "Senior, may I ask why this is?" However, that voice did not resound again. Nan Hong waited for a long time, but there was no follow-up. In the end, Nan Hong could only quickly walk over and look at the suppressed raging river. When the spirit of the raging river sensed that the savior-like figure was getting closer and closer, it became even more excited. It was even more excited when it spoke, as if it couldn't wait to kneel down and acknowledge him as its master. "Master, as long as you're willing to help me, what's so difficult about creating a second Mo family?" With Master's great luck, He will definitely surpass the Mo family and become the true #1 person in the Flame realm. So many words of flattery could be said to be endless. Nan Hong blushed with shame when she heard this. She was really willing to say it out loud. Tell me the whole story of this matter. You can't be biased. Just tell me what you've seen and heard. There's no need to make any comments. Nan Hong said in a deep voice. Since the raging river had been suppressed, there would definitely be an extremely severe emotional shift. Therefore, if he were to be the one to feel it, then Xiaoyang and the others would be even more heinous. Therefore, it was better to focus on the matter and not the person. At the foot of the falling flame mountain, there was a cluster of buildings. This was the place where the last of the Flame realms, 3 great forces took root. The falling flame mountain was a sect. Rumor had it that the sect's founder had a unique vision and saw that this was a rare spiritual land. Therefore, he chose to settle down here. At that time, the Mo family that rose up by relying on the raging river and the gathering Fire Alliance gathered together and occupied the largest blessed land in the north. On the contrary, the spiritual energy in the west appeared to be thin and even had a somewhat desolate scene. At that time, the founder was also a figure of a generation. When others saw him settle down here to establish a sect, and even directly overlapped the name of the sect with this place, it was undoubtedly tying their luck together. It was truly not wise enough and was muddle-headed from old age. But after several decades of development, the falling flame mountain seemed to have been truly activated. Since then, that founder also became famous, and even suppressed the other 3 great forces, gaining a lot of limelight. At that time, the falling flame mountain also had a saying that a bright pearl was covered in dust. Fortunately, that founder had a unique vision and developed it. That house in the backyard. An old man with white hair and beard sat in the pavilion and sipped tea, looking at the somewhat dusky sky. Not long after, a burly man walked in and respectfully cupped his fist, saying, "Mountain Lord, the Gathering Fire Alliance's great Fortune Peak Lord, Hoji is here to see you." When the old man heard this, he immediately frowned, looking somewhat displeased and somewhat reluctant. The burly man was not anxious at all, and he waited patiently. The Gathering Fire Alliance had already sent some elders over to discuss the matter of joining forces. However, the Mountain Lord of the Falling Flame Mountain had always avoided meeting them and did not give an accurate answer. This made everyone in the Falling Flame Mountain somewhat puzzled as to what exactly the Mountain Lord meant. The other party had already stepped on their face. Were they going to turn a blind eye to this? Even the Soon brothers, the personal disciples of the Mountain Lord, had died in the other party's hands, but he still did not express any opinion. The current situation of the Falling Flame Mountain was not good, and it could be said that people's hearts were uncertain. It was not a problem to say that people's hearts had turned against each other. The Mountain Lord's inaction made people even more puzzled. Some people also said that once the Gathering Fire Alliance was defeated, the Falling Flame Mountain would probably be alone. In the end, they could only be destroyed. There were so many rumors, and many of them fell into the Mountain Lord's ears. He merely pretended to be ignorant and did not take them to heart. The Mountain Lord's attitude was really thought-provoking. Although the burly man also had many speculations in his heart, he could only wait quietly for the rest of the story. The current situation was special, and the current situation was even more delicate. A wrong decision might cause a great disaster. Therefore, such a heavy responsibility naturally fell on the shoulders of the Mountain Lord, and it was up to him to make the decision. As for the direction of the Falling Flame Mountain when the time came, it was also uncertain. However, the decision was made by the Mountain Lord, so the others would not complain too much. No one would be the first to speak, and they only waited for the Mountain Lord to speak. Chapter 2795. After a long period of silence, the burly man seemed to find it difficult to bear, and even felt a little indignant. The destruction of the Mo family was a lesson learned from their mistakes. If the Fire Assembly Alliance were to disappear as well, then their Flame realm would truly be finished. Perhaps in the next 10,000 years, they would be suppressed by the so-called Four-Realm Alliance to the point where they would not be able to raise their heads. Mountain Master, back then when the Wansho realm invaded, you didn't hesitate to lead everyone out to fight against the invasion. How heroic was that? The burly man didn't dare to say it directly. Instead, he spoke in a roundabout way. Hearing this, the Mountain Lord only smiled. Blockhead, you don't believe me when I say you're a blockhead. The Mountain Lord laughed. When the man who was called Blockhead heard this, there was a hint of anger between his eyebrows. Previously, the Fire Assembly Alliance had only sent a few elders. They were only minor characters. Wanting to invite their Mountain Lord was undoubtedly a fool's dream. However, now that even Ho-Ji of the Great Fate Peak had personally come, it was naturally enough to put on airs. I'm a blockhead. Please enlighten me, Mountain Lord, the blockhead said helplessly. Today, no matter what, a decision had to be made. Regarding this matter, I've also heard about it. When Emo Geo received news that the Four-Realm Alliance was promoted from a small world, they felt that it was weak and easy to bully. At that time, Enlin of the Fire Assembly Alliance happened to receive some news. The two forces had the same idea and joined forces to invade the newly promoted small world. The Mountain Lord smiled. The blockhead nodded. He had also heard about this matter. It had to be said that the Emo family and the Fire Assembly Alliance were truly daring. In a short period of time, they had mobilized an army and directly pressed down on the small world. The Falling Flame Mountain only knew about this matter after the fact. When they found out, the remnants of the Allied army had already retreated in defeat. Those three people were only targeting the Emo family and the Fire Assembly Alliance in the name of revenge, the Mountain Lord continued. The blockhead frowned. However, when he thought about the deaths of the Soon brothers, he still felt a little uncomfortable. This matter couldn't be let go like this. Since they didn't think of us when they were eating and drinking, now that they've suffered, they want to drag us down with them? No matter how you look at it, we shouldn't be such a sucker, the Mountain Lord said angrily. This Hill Master's mind was as clear as a mirror. He had already calculated many things clearly, and his abacus was even more impressive. When the blockhead thought about it, it did make sense. At first, I thought that I had encountered a soft persimmon. Who would have thought that I would end up kicking an iron plate? The Hill Master continued. When the rumors first began to appear, the Mountain Lord of Falling Flame Mountain began to ponder this matter and gather information from all over the place. In the end, the conclusion he came up with shocked him even more. As for the death of the Soon brothers, there was nothing he could do about it. The Emo family was not in a hurry, but the two of them were chivalrous and went to test the waters first. In the end, they lost their lives. Did the old man not feel heartache? That was naturally impossible, but he had to think more about everything. Even the Emo family's Wrath River was gone. If he took the initiative to attack, he would probably end up in the same situation. He would just be courting death. It's just a title. If we believe it so easily, we'll be the ones at a disadvantage, the blockhead said softly. The destruction of the Emo family's force was enough to explain the problem. If Hillmaster is thinking of waiting until the Fire Gathering Alliance is gone, then our Falling Flame Mountain can be the only force and reap the benefits without doing anything. It's indeed a good idea. However, if the lips are gone, the teeth will feel cold. Perhaps we will be the last to be destroyed. The blockhead continued. There were some things that he would not feel good if he did not say it out loud. Now that he had said it out loud, he felt a little better. The Mountain Master chuckled. How could he not understand this logic? Ever since the Emo family's force was destroyed, the Hill Master who was in charge of Falling Flame Mountain had been thinking about this matter. Then there are some new changes that forced him to think more about it. If there were any mistakes, it would not be good news. Therefore, every step had to be taken steadily. There was no room for carelessness. However, if he wanted to unravel the entire matter and find the most correct answer, it was not something that could be done just by talking about it. Therefore, he was having a headache. He was not purposely leaving the fire-gathering alliance hanging. Instead, he had to think carefully about every step and not make a single mistake. How could I not know? I'm just afraid that, if it's true, we will have cut off our own path of retreat. The Hill Master smiled helplessly. The blockhead did not understand, but he did not think too much about it. He did not understand these twists and turns anyway, so there was no need for him to spend too much time thinking about it. The old man poured a cup of tea. It was the first time he felt that the world was difficult and it was difficult to go on. In the past, when he was fighting with the beast realm, he did not feel so strained. Now, the actions of the three outsiders gave him a headache. He did not know how to make a decision. Moreover, once I leave Falling Flame Mountain, I will only be a 6th level cultivator. The Hill Master laughed bitterly and self-deprecatingly. The blockhead still did not understand, but he could hear the helplessness in the Hill Master's voice. The mountain chieftain did indeed have his own difficulties, which was why he acted as if he was just a bystander. His disciple had perished at the hands of those 3 people, so how could he possibly let the matter rest? There was a reason for everything. If in the end I really do not understand, I will go to the Gathering Fire Union. Sitting and waiting for death is not my style. As the old man spoke, there was a hint of sharpness in his eyes. The old man had his own concerns. At the same time, he was also waiting, hoping to think of a reason. All along, he had been paying close attention to the flying ship. If in the end there was no other way, he could only do this. However, there was no need to rush to express his opinion. After all, if he entered the situation too early, he might lose his sense of propriety. When the blockhead heard this, he immediately felt a lot more at ease. It seemed that he had misunderstood the Hill Master. His previous words were completely overboard. However, when the blockhead was about to apologize for his ignorance and malicious speculation, the Hill Master raised his hand and interrupted him. Calm Ho-ji down first. Say that I am thinking about this, and it is not good to disturb me. Go quickly. The Hill Master's expression suddenly changed, and he said anxiously. When the blockhead heard this, he wanted to say something. However, when he saw the anxious expression, he immediately followed the order and did not ask any more questions. After the blockhead left, the Hill Master took out a teacup. He held the teapot in his hand and slowly filled the cup with tea. Chapter 2796. You came without informing me in advance. I didn't prepare much, so I could only serve you tea. Please don't blame me, the old man said with a smile. There was no one else in the courtyard other than the Mountain Master. However, in the blink of an eye, a man in a black robe appeared from the darkness and stepped into the pavilion. The old man pushed a cup of tea forward with a faint smile on his face. It was as if he had met an old friend and was not an uninvited guest. The black-robed man did not stand on ceremony and sat down opposite the Mountain Master of the Luoyan Mountain. The old man looked up from the steaming hot tea and saw the black-robed man. He also saw a handsome face. Of course, more importantly, it was that natural temperament that made even an old man like him feel a little shocked. What kind of person was he? How many things had he gone through to be able to cultivate such a divine decree? It was a pity that the black-robed man's aura was isolated. It was not easy to find out his cultivation base. The old man still had a smile on his face, but there were many speculations in his heart. He had not expected the young man to come to the Luoyan Mountain before he had even broken through the Fire Union. After all, he was one step behind Ho-ji of the Great Fortune Peak. The meaning behind this was more or less intriguing. The black-robed young man drank the tea in one gulp, then put down the teacup and said with a smile, Mountain Master, you are indeed a person who has seen great things. You can even sense this. The old man only smiled and continued to pour tea in response to this strange praise. He did not seem much different from an ordinary person. This black robe belonged to Baiwuxi. Now that you're wearing it, I'm afraid you're the one who defeated Xingtian and obtained the Horned Dragon's inheritance. Xiaoyang, right? You are indeed a young hero. You have hidden your strength well, the mountain master praised. Xiaoyang was not angry that his identity had been exposed. Instead, he looked at the mountain master of the Luoyan mountain, Ping Chensheng, with even more interest. Bai Wuxi's black robe is indeed mysterious. However, this is the territory of the Luoyan mountain after all, Ping Chensheng said with a smile. This sentence was more or less a declaration of sovereignty, and there was a hint of threat in it. Xiaoyang was not in a hurry to drink the tea. Instead, he looked at the old man in front of him. Ping Chensheng could be said to be the oldest of the three great experts of the Inflame realm. He had seen and heard the most. However, this old fox was even more adept at concealment and concealment. He was definitely not to be underestimated. The fact that the other party was able to treat his sudden visit with such a calm attitude was enough to show how strong this person's ability to adapt was. However, Ping Chensheng did not attack them directly. Instead, he was sitting down and talking nicely. This meant that there were still some things that could be discussed. I've long heard of the mountain chieftain's elegant demeanor. Now that I've seen it with my own eyes, it's truly extraordinary. It makes people feel comfortable, unlike Maggio, which is so gloomy and creepy, Xiaoyang said with a smile. The fact that the other party was able to restrain his aura so well, and even adjust his state of mind in such a short period of time, was evident from this. How could a person who was able to hold a high position and hide be simple? Among the three great forces, the Luoyan mountain seemed to be dispensable. They were not in the limelight and did not have a good reputation. This was probably related to Ping Chensheng's actions. If the Luoyan mountain was not an old force and had a far-reaching influence, it would be easy to overlook it. Ping Chensheng smiled in response to the so-called praise. He did not deny it, but he did not nod in agreement either. At this moment, Ping Chensheng was also pondering. This fella suddenly visited us, and it seems like he came alone. What is he planning? According to the latest news, the flying ship was still moving forward, and the lady was sitting alone at the bow. All of a sudden, Ping Chensheng smiled again. It was a mixture of truth and falsehood. Naturally, no one knew where the jade-faced young man, who had never shown himself, was. He could be in the flying ship, or he could have come to the Luoyan mountain. In this case, whether it was Xiaoyang or Princess Mingzhu, they would probably be afraid of the jade-faced young man who had always been hiding in the dark. They would not dare to act rashly. What a good move. Fellow Xiaoyang's demeanor is not bad either. You have such strength at such a young age, Ping Chensheng said with a smile. Ping Chensheng was not sure whether it was true or false. He felt that since the other party did not make the first move, why should he be anxious? At the very least, they had not shed all pretense of cordiality on the surface. It would be best if he could find out some information from the other party's words. At the very least, it would be better than him trying to figure it out, but it would be like fishing for the moon in the water. As long as he stood in front of this matter and was in close contact with it, he would naturally be able to find some clues. In fact, he might even be able to follow the clues and find out more things and possibilities. That would be the best thing to do. Thank you for your praise, Mountain Master. I'm really flattered. Xiaoyang smiled as if he was overjoyed. He took another sip of tea. The other party is not on guard at all. Isn't he afraid that I'll poison him by drinking so much? How bold of you to drink the tea that I personally poured for you without any scruples. Ping Chensheng suddenly sneered. Xiaoyang did not notice it at all. He even picked up the teapot and poured himself another cup of tea. I didn't expect a place like the Inflame world to be able to cultivate such mellow tea leaves. It's considered a miracle, Xiaoyang said with a smile. Poison the tea? That's not enough to deal with me, an ancestor who plays with poisons. Since Xiaoyang knew that there was no problem with the tea, he could continue chatting and try to build a relationship with Ping Chensheng first. Even if there was something in the tea, it would only become a part of his power in the end. Seeing how straightforward this young man was, Ping Chensheng's impression of him improved a lot. He was very satisfied. He was such a straightforward young man. If he wasn't standing on the opposite side, it wouldn't be bad to make friends with him. Unfortunately, due to the Mo family's influence and the Fire-Gathering Alliance's greed, the two worlds had already seen blood. It was probably impossible for them to shake hands and make peace. This was a matter of great regret. This tea isn't produced in the Flame world. I purchased it from other places and stir-fried it with a unique method. Now that the tea tree is extinct, it's a pity that it's gone. Ping Chunxing said regretfully. There was one thing that he did not mention, which was that the world that produced the tea tree was destroyed tens of thousands of years ago. Chapter 2797. In the hall, a skinny middle-aged man was sitting on a stool. No matter how he looked at it, he felt very uncomfortable. It was as if he was sitting on pins and needles. He was very unhappy and could not sit still for a moment. However, this person was a cultivator of the 5th level martial emperor realm. His cultivation was profound and his status was very high. But now he could not calm down and did not have the demeanor of a person in a high position. Even the maidservants here felt a little strange when they saw this. Master Hoji was a core member of the Fire-Gathering Alliance. Now that he was acting like this, it was really unexpected and confusing. Fortunately, this almighty being had been worried about his own matters, so he didn't notice the change in the attitude of these maidservants. Otherwise, if he felt the signs of disrespect, he would have already flown into a rage and made them suffer the consequences. However, this was not the time. Even if Hoji saw it now, he could only pretend that he did not see it. After all, he came to the Luoyan mountain this time to ask for help, hoping that the other party could help. If he continued to put on airs and did not have the consciousness and performance of asking for help, it would really be a big mistake. After a while, the burly man, the blockhead, walked in. Brother Kuang, what did the mountain master say? After Hoji saw him, he could not wait to walk over and asked anxiously. The blockhead scratched his head. Although he had received the mountain master's instructions, he still felt that he could not say it. Seeing this, Hoji had a rough idea in his heart. Previously, when they wanted to unite the beast realm, although the other party said that it was feasible, they did not do anything. Now that they came to the Luoyan mountain, he felt that they were not sincere enough, so he felt that there was hope. But now, it seemed that the other party was determined to stand by and do nothing. When I went, the mountain master was thinking hard. It was not good to disturb him. The blockhead hesitated for a while and said, hearing this, Hoji smiled bitterly in his heart. This was just a perfunctory words on the surface. This was also a tactful statement from the Luoyan mountain. They were prepared to turn a deaf ear to the Fire-Gathering Alliance's request for help. What a good plan. Hoji was furious, but at the same time he felt helpless. Even if he was angry, Hoji could not vent his anger. Furthermore, this was the territory of the Luoyan mountain. If he angered them, it would be hard to say if he would be able to return. How could he not lower his head when he was under someone else's roof and had a request to make? If he didn't lower his head, then he would be looking for trouble for himself. Seeing Hoji's disappointed look, the blockhead felt helpless. Because of the mountain lord's instructions, he really couldn't say too much. Although the hill lord had mentioned some clues before, it was not completely accurate. Furthermore, if he revealed too much, once the hill chieftain changed her mind, it would be like slapping his own face. In the end, the loss would outweigh the gain. Cultivator Hoji, don't worry. We of the Falling Flame Mountain understand the principle of being cold without the lips, the blockhead said after a brief thought. Since the mountain chieftain had told him to calm this person down first, then it shouldn't matter if he said a few more words. When I was there, the mountain lord was really meditating. He wasn't just brushing you off. The blockhead continued to emphasize. Hearing this, Hoji frowned slightly, then nodded with a smile. This person had always been simple and honest. It was almost impossible for him to lie. Moreover, his emotions had always been written on his face. Presumably, it was completely difficult for him to say anything. Brother Kuang, please guide me. Now, the life and death of our Gathering Fire Alliance depends on you. Hoji said, as long as there was still a chance for a turnaround, then Hoji would persevere. Their Gathering Fire alliance might fight against those three people. It was hard to say who would win. However, once the Falling Flame Mountain joined in, then their chances of winning would increase a lot. The blockhead just smiled and nodded. Now his task was only to calm Hoji down. As for why the Mountain Lord wanted him to leave quickly, Hoji didn't care at all. He even felt that this matter was not important and there was no need to take it to heart. The Mountain Lord had the awareness to see things more clearly. Since his brain wasn't that good, there was no need to worry too much. Moreover, he was a fool who had stupid luck. That was why he had come to this point today. Cultivator Hoji, don't worry. We of the Flame world have joined forces to fight against external enemies. When have we ever been careless? The blockhead laughed. Hoji smiled and nodded. His heart was even more at ease. The reason why the Falling Flame Mountain didn't express their attitude before was probably because they weren't sincere enough. Then, next, adding some chips on the basis of the original plan, they might really be able to invite the Mountain Lord over. At that time, if their Alliance Master came out again, 2 rank 6 powerhouses and many rank 5 powerhouses would naturally not be a problem to take down those 3 outsiders. In the pavilion in the backyard, an old man and a young man were chatting and drinking tea. The 2 worlds were originally opposing each other, but there was no smell of gunpowder between them. There was even a feeling of an old friend reuniting. The conversation between them was endless, and there was a sense of similarity in their interests. From their conversation, Ping Chunxing gained a better understanding of this young man. At the same time, his admiration for him increased as well. To be able to support this newly promoted small world and keep it moving forward while carrying a heavy load, and also to repel the external enemies, this was an amazing thing. Although it was inevitable that there was a bit of luck involved, it was naturally impossible to do it if one didn't have true ability. Ping Chunxing was still clear about this simple truth. This young man was indeed a hero of a generation. Moreover, he was the kind that made people admire him. Cultivator Xiao didn't come this time just to drink tea and chat with this old man, right? Ping Chunxing said with a smile. After saying so many pleasantries and polite words, Ping Chunxing felt that it was enough. If he wanted to fish out some useful information, it would not be of much use if he just said a few words. Moreover, seeing that the other party was calm and kept silent about the purpose of this trip, it would not be easy to find out the truth. Therefore, he might as well make it clear. There was no need to spend too much time thinking about these things. Xiao Yang smiled. As expected, it was this old man who couldn't hold it in and asked this question first. Since he wanted to know some twists and turns, there was no harm in telling him. There was no problem. Xiao Yang thought for a moment and then said very seriously, "This trip does have a purpose. I hope that Mountain Lord can cooperate and represent the Flame world to apologize and make reparations." Chapter 2798. When these words entered Ping Chunxing's ears, he raised his eyebrows and couldn't hold back his anger. He was like a sleeping tiger that was about to awaken and unleash its might. However, Xiaoyang did not seem to notice this angry aura. It was as if he would directly attack in the next moment. The atmosphere could be said to be one where swords were drawn. Suddenly, Xiaoyang's gaze fell on the huge fallen flame mountain. He felt that this spirit mountain was quite good. If he could refine it into his own spirit artifact, it might be a great help. "Xiaoyang, how dare you disregard my fallen flame mountain and kill my disciples? We haven't even settled the score yet, and you want us to submit to you? How can you be so careless?" Ping Chunxing said angrily. Even the fallen flame mountain seemed to have sensed Ping Chunxing's anger. They circulated their spirit energy and deliberately targeted this place. If it was elsewhere, Ping Chunxing would be afraid of this young man. However, this was the fallen flame mountain. The Mo family had the furious river as their backing. But wasn't the fallen flame mountain also Ping Chunxing's backing? Or could it be that this young man had become arrogant after winning and felt that everything was under his control and nothing was a problem? Extremely arrogant. Xiao Yang didn't seem to notice this change. Instead, he poured a cup of tea for Ping Chenxing as if to calm him down. You're already so old, yet you're still so angry. Mo Jiao had calculated everything. First, he used the battle at the Flying Cloud Mountain to test my strength. Then he fought at the Furious River. What was the result? It was gone just like that, Xiaoyang said calmly as if he was talking about something very normal. This was indeed the truth, and everyone in the Yin Flame world knew it. It was also because of this that the Mountain Lord of the Fallen Flame Mountain changed his mind. He really couldn't see through this young man's style. At the last moment, he resolutely went to the Gathering Fire Alliance. Originally, he thought that this young man had come today because there was still a chance for this matter to turn around. However, he was being so aggressive now. It didn't seem like he was here to talk. Even a clay figurine had a temper. No matter how good he was at hiding his incompetence, it did not mean that he would allow others to ride on his head and shit on him. Moreover, Xiao Yang's words still carried a threatening tone. This wasn't Xiao Yang bragging. It was the truth, and everyone knew about it. Xiao Yang continued to taste the tea and even praised it. He looked very satisfied. The Falling Flame Mountain is indeed a good place. Senior, you don't want to rely on this mountain to become an existence that suppresses you, right? Xiao Yang continued. Instantly, Ping Chenxing was overwhelmed with shock. He also recalled the matter of Soaring Cloud Mountain suppressing the Furious River. Perhaps this young man had extraordinary attainments in the path of mountain refinement. If that was the case, and he was also so certain, then this matter would be really difficult to handle. His trump card had suddenly become his opponent's trump card. No matter how he looked at it, he was at a disadvantage. Or could it be that the handsome young man is hiding in the dark and is ready to stab me at any time? Ping Chenxing asked. This was what he was afraid of. If that was the case, then it would be really bad. Without the Falling Flame Mountain as his trump card, the person with the sharp sword was still hiding in the dark. No matter how he fought, he would be at a disadvantage. My brother naturally wouldn't come here so easily. Otherwise, if the main route was discovered, the other person would be in danger. Senior, I'm being honest with you. Why are you still so angry? Xiao Yang continued to laugh. Ping Chenxing was not sure if this was true or not. I came here alone. I can advance or retreat as I wish, Xiaoyang said. It seemed like Ping Chenxing was treating him, a veteran 6th-level martial emperor, as nothing. What a big tone. What an arrogant style. However, Ping Chenxing did not dare to show it. He could only think about the details carefully. Once he was certain of something, he could take action. Xiao Yang had been calm all along. It was as if he was not concerned about this matter. It was as if the Falling Flame Mountain could not take him down at all. If I remember correctly, although the three of you destroyed the Mo family, you were also severely injured. That was with the combined strength of the three of you. It was barely enough. Do you think you can suppress me with just your strength alone? Do you look down on the Falling Flame Mountain? Ping Chenxing sneered and said. Xiao Yang shrugged and said, It's not that I look down on you. I just think that you're a smart person. In such an urgent situation, Xiao Yang was still calm. It was as if this could not affect him at all. Ping Chenxing did not take action. However, he did not stop accumulating power. At the same time, his divine sense started to wander rapidly. He hoped to find some clues. Junior has already been so honest with you, yet Senior can't even speak with you. How disappointing. I'm just going here alone. There's no need to look for my brother. It's a waste of energy. Xiao Yang said with a smile as if he was talking to himself. Ping Chenxing sneered. The more Yangming said that, the more he was trying to hide the truth. If Ping Chenxing believed him and was caught off guard, a swordlight that was as strong as the one that killed Emojio would land on him. Even if Ping Chenxing did not die, he would be half dead. We're all old foxes. Why do we have to pretend to be innocent? It would be strange if Ping Chunsheng believed him. If you continue to talk nonsense, you'll really push the falling flame mountain to the gathering fire alliance, Ping Chunsheng said. Xiao Yang laughed when he heard that. He made it very clear that they had something to talk about. If the falling flame mountain was forced into a corner, they would naturally lean toward the gathering fire alliance. It was obvious that if the lips were gone, the teeth would feel cold. Ping Chunsheng did not see the falling flame mountain taking advantage of the situation. He saw that no eggs would remain intact when the nest was overturned. This was Ping Chunsheng's bottom line in patience. If Xiaoyang did not give him a satisfactory answer, he could only go to war. After all, there was no need for him to gamble with his sect. If Ping Chunsheng was too ambitious, he would only stabilize the falling flame mountain and not gather with them. He would take down the gathering fire alliance first. Then, the falling flame mountain would be the next unlucky one. When the three great forces were destroyed, it would be much easier for them to control the Yin Flame world. So what if someone was not convinced? Even martial emperors above the 4th level were killed. Who would be able to resist him? If that was the case, it would be terrifying. However, they could not go to war easily. It would be best if they could stall for time and wait for them to break through their shackles before attacking. Senior, is there something wrong with your ears? Or is there something wrong with your understanding? I'm asking you to represent the Yin Flame world. The entire Yin Flame world, Xiaoyang said. His tone became more serious, as if he had lost his patience. Chapter 2799. After saying these words, Xiaoyang still had a calm expression on his face, as if what he had just said was just a small matter. The tea was still steaming. After taking a sip, Xiaoyang filled his cup as if he was the owner of the place. Ping Chunsheng's expression changed when he heard those words. He could not help but ponder carefully because of Yangming's emphasis. Since he represented the entire Yin Flame realm, it also meant that the fallen flame mountain would become the most powerful force in the future and could even unify the world. This was undoubtedly a good deal, and it was a very profitable one. Once it was done, the fallen flame mountain, which had always kept a low profile, would definitely become the representative of the Yin Flame realm. However, Ping Chunsheng quickly thought of another possibility, which was to become the young man's puppet. When the time came, he could indeed become the ruler of the Yin Flame realm, but he would be using the fallen flame mountain's force to serve the young man. After thinking through this, Ping Chunsheng's state of mind became a little gloomy. What was the point of being a puppet master even if he continued to be one? As a puppet, he would be restricted in everything he did. His reputation might even take a turn for the worse, and he might even become a sinner, an eternal sinner. With such a title pressing down, it was still somewhat unbearable. Ping Chunsheng did not care about this, but how could the fallen flame mountain's reputation, which had been maintained for tens of thousands of years, be tarnished because of him? Ping Chunsheng had many thoughts in his mind, but he did not say them immediately. After all, there was still room for discussion, and it had not reached the point of no return. If the conditions were really suitable, the fallen flame mountain could stay out of this catastrophe, and it did not seem to be a bad thing. At the very least, based on the current situation, they could still fight for it. After all, if a war really broke out, the fallen flame mountain would suffer a great loss. Ping Chunsheng naturally knew how to choose, so he did not dare to relax at all. In fact, he might even fall into eternal damnation. The Mo family was already a lesson for them. If they did not pay attention to the Luoyan mountain and thought about it more carefully, the following unexpected calamity might cause them to suffer a crushing defeat or even be wiped out. Therefore, the choice that they made next might be related to the survival of the falling flame mountain and the general trend of the Yin Flame world. In fact, Ping Chunsheng had already seen things clearly before this. In fact, in his opinion, it was just a big battle. If they won, they would have enough time to rest and recuperate. They could even take one step at a time and build their glory again. If he were to lose, that would be normal as well. No matter what the outcome was, he would have to fight hard in order to obtain a result. But to make such a choice, one had to pay a corresponding price. The reason why Ping Qinsheng was hesitating was naturally because of his own selfish motives. It would be best if they could avoid this disaster. If it didn't work, then there was nothing they could do about it. It seemed like they could only let it happen. Thinking about this, it was inevitable that he would feel a little depressed in his life. Xiaoyang was still as calm as ever. He was not in a hurry at all, as he enjoyed the tea and the scenery. Xiaoyang's skill in controlling people's hearts had reached the point of perfection. Even if one was in a hurry now, one might not be able to get a good ending. If he had calmed down a little, he might have gotten some unexpected gains. In any case, one could not be in a hurry. The more anxious one was, the easier it would be for mistakes to happen. The calmer one was, the more anxious one would be. Are you so confident that you can suppress the converging fire alliance? Ping Qinsheng took a deep breath and calmed himself down. In the face of such a situation, one had to face it with the calmest attitude. One should not have any emotions at all. Only then could one make an accurate judgment and choice. Regardless of whether the gamble was right or not, one could only give it a try. Only then would there be a result. The three of you are evenly matched. Even the Mo family's forces are gone. How can the converging fire alliance stop us? Xiaoyang said with a smile. Ping Qinsheng frowned when he heard this. There was indeed some truth in Sumo's words. The Mo family's forces were defeated on the furious river. It could be said that their backbone had been broken. Based on this, one could see that this was indeed the case. As such, Ping Qinsheng had no choice but to think about it. Mo Jiu stood on the furious river and claimed that he was invincible. Back then, the one from the Wanshou realm killed his way to the furious river. However, what happened in the end? It was obvious. In the end, he was severely injured and had to retreat in defeat. He even fell ill and passed away in a few years. Not only did the three of them kill their way out of the furious river, but this young man also seemed to be full of vigor. Even though he was injured, his vitality was not damaged. This was where their confidence and terror came from. If all of us from the Falling Flame Mountain rushed to the Converging Fire Alliance, would the three of you still be so relaxed? Ping Qinsheng grinned and said. Ping Chen had thought about this countless times in his life. However, as the details of the battle at the Furious River were not revealed, he could not be sure. He could only think about it secretly and make a rough guess. There was a huge fluctuation. This was the reason why he had been hesitant all this time. Once Mountain Lord Ping leaves the Falling Flame Mountain, he'll only be a slightly stronger rank 6 cultivator, Xiaoyang said with a smile. Ping Qinsheng smiled but did not say anything. This was the truth. If he could rely on the Falling Flame Mountain to fight, his combat power would be greatly enhanced. It could be said that the three great forces had always had their own reliance. Normally, they would not leave without permission. Even if two of them joined forces, it was not impossible for them to fight as long as they relied on the mysteries of their own lands. Moreover, there were some things that could not be considered so simply. The situation was treacherous. In terms of battle formations, it could be said that there were thousands of changes in an instant. No one could say for sure what would happen next. It was even possible for the situation to be reversed. If the Falling Flame Mountain fully supports the Converging Fire Alliance, it'll be difficult for the three of us to fight against them. We might even have to give up, Xiaoyang said with a smile. This was the truth. No matter how powerful the three of them were, their opponents were not weak either. Furthermore, they had many experts. Chapter 2800. This answer stunned Ping Qinsheng. This young man was actually so straightforward. He even said such words in a somewhat appropriate manner. Ping Qinsheng could not figure out what he was trying to do. Was Mo when telling the truth, or was Mo when trying to set a trap for Ping Qinsheng to get rid of the two forces together? Although Ping Qinsheng felt that Mo Wen's idea was a little whimsical, it was not impossible. If Mo Wen did not have a way to deal with the situation, he would not have said those words so easily. This made the old mountain master even more fearful. This young man was not simple. If he could avoid offending him, it would be best not to do so. It was not a wise choice to make Amo when an enemy. If something went wrong, there might be a more terrifying situation. With these thoughts in mind, Ping Chen could only keep an eye out for the rest of his life. It seemed like every word that Amo once said, even the slightest movement, had to be carefully considered and judged. If Ping Chen could not figure out everything clearly, he would be the one who got hurt in the end. I think Mountain Master Ping should have received news that there is a rank 6 master in the divine world, Xiaoyang said with a smile. Ping Chen frowned when he heard this. If that was the case, there was a chance. Are you guys really just rank 5 masters? Ping Chen suddenly gasped and said with lingering fear. It was impossible for Amo Wen to send all the top almighties to investigate the case without leaving any experts to guard the place. In this way, it seemed that some things would naturally come to light. Some things might not be rumors, but facts. Xiaoyang nodded with a smile and confirmed Ping Chen's thoughts. At that moment, Ping Chen's heart was in turmoil. If these 3 young men were really only at the 5th level martial royal realm, they were able to destroy the Amo family, which had a 6th level martial royal realm powerhouse. How terrifying were their talents and abilities. I don't mind telling you this. Although a rank 6 emperor god is unexpected, he is not an ordinary person. Don't think that I can defeat the rank 6 Xing Tian, but that doesn't mean that I can fight him head-on. Xiaoyang said with a smile that was not a smile. These were not words used to intimidate the other party, but Xiaoyang truly felt that way. This was especially so after the emperor god had come out of seclusion and turned the tide. Xiaoyang was even more impressed by the emperor god. The god emperor had always kept a low profile. It was likely that he was intentionally hiding his strength. Moreover, the emperor god had quite a number of weapons and skills. He had probably mastered them over a long period of time. Putting aside his profound cultivation, his battle prowess was probably equivalent to the top of the same realm as him. Princess Mingzhu is the god emperor's daughter. Do you think that a father would allow his daughter to come here so easily? Since I want to tell you about this matter, I can also reveal a little more to you. Once the 3 of us are in danger and can't handle it, we will use a secret technique to invite the god emperor over. It won't take more than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. Xiaoyang said with a smile as he poured more tea. Naturally, it was easy to get thirsty after talking too much. These words made Ping Chen even more anxious. If that was true, it would be very terrifying. Once the rank 6 expert came, it would be a piece of cake for him to fight against 2 people alone. Moreover, these 3 rank 5 juniors had the ability to fight against a rank 6 expert. They could not be underestimated. Bai Jian gave all the fortuitous encounters he obtained from the world of beasts to his ancestor. He's a 5th grade cultivator now. His sword isn't as sharp as Bai Jian's, but it's thicker. Xiaoyang seemed to be chatting with an old friend as he said some unimportant things. However, this information was very important. It could be considered as a hidden force to guard the territory in case of any accidents. Ping Chen raised his head to look at the black-robed young man in front of him. He vaguely felt terrified. These were all facts. If the In-Flame world wanted to go head-to-head with the 4 Realms Alliance in terms of peak strength, it would be asking for humiliation. Since the other party could say these words so generously, they naturally had something to rely on. That was why they were so fearless. Thinking about this, Ping Chen could not help but think about it more. Since you came prepared, why did you come to me? You can wait for the final battle with the Fire Alliance. Even if you have to pay a price, you can still completely annihilate us. Isn't that great? Ping Chen suddenly changed the topic and laughed. If the other party's strength was really as strong as the young man said, there was no need for him to be long-winded with him. Therefore, it was hard to tell if what he said was true or false. It was not impossible for him to say some ruthless words before the battle, or whether it was true or false, to scare the other party. Xiaoyang rubbed his head, helplessly. This old man was really difficult to deal with. Trying to scare him with a few simple words was indeed not feasible. The mountain chieftain's memory is really bad. His ability to play the fool in certain areas has reached perfection. Xiaoyang laughed. Ping Chenxing frowned when he heard this. At this moment, he really could not keep up with the young man's thoughts. He was afraid that the other party had already considered all the details and there was no mistake. However, even a wise man would make a mistake. If he could find some flaws, it would become his confidence. As for how much Xiaoyang's words were exaggerated, Ping Chenxing did not think too much about it. After all, since they had talked for so long and had yet to make a move, it meant that they could continue to talk. Both parties were even willing to part on good terms. If they were not satisfied with what they got, there was no harm in haggling. I've made it very clear this time. I only want the culprit to pay with blood. As for the compensation, it's inevitable. Many of my people have lost their lives. Their lives are not cheap. Xiaoyang's expression suddenly became more solemn as he spoke. At this moment, Xiaoyang's state of mind had completely calmed down. Since Ping Chenxing was someone who would not act until he saw a rabbit, there was no harm in saying more to let him know more. Since the other party was willing to listen, it meant that he was patient. Perhaps he was not willing to start a war, which was why he was willing to compromise. It was just that this so-called compromise was very stubborn and he had a choice. Chapter 2801. Ping Chenxing was stunned for a moment before he regained his senses. It seemed like this was the case. The falling flame mountain was the only surviving member of the three great forces. Naturally, they could easily command the in-flame world. After killing the main culprit, they were still unhappy in their hearts, but they did not want to fight anymore. Asking for a huge sum of compensation was naturally the best choice. Therefore, no matter how one looked at it, using the falling flame mountain was the best choice. Furthermore, if they could prevent the falling flame mountain from assisting the Focus Fire Alliance, it would naturally be easier for them in the following battles. It would not be as strenuous. This logic was actually very simple and not that difficult to understand. However, was the entire matter as simple as it seemed? At the very least, Ping Chenxing did not think so. This was because everything seemed to be going too smoothly. Therefore, he felt that something was wrong. If things were going too smoothly, it would be like a script that had been prepared beforehand. When the time came, the storm that would be set off would be extremely terrifying. Ping Chenxing sighed helplessly. Since things had already come to this point, there were some things that he could not blame for. The falling flame mountain will bear a lot of infamy because of this. Ping Chenxing smiled bitterly. Xiaoyang shook his head and said, that will be the case in the beginning. However, when the four-realm alliance becomes stronger in the future, these voices will naturally disappear. In the eyes of many people in the in-flame world, the four-realm alliance was not as strong as them. Why should they be afraid? Their mentality of bullying the weak and fearing the strong made them look down on this world that had been promoted from a small world. However, when the small world that had been promoted became too powerful in the future, their mentality would change slightly. In the end, they would even fear the four-realm alliance like a tiger. Everything is just words without proof. How can I be sure that you've come to visit me this time, just to stabilize this old man? When the time comes, once the Converge Fire Alliance is gone, the falling flame mountain will not be able to survive alone. Ping Chenxing said in a deep voice. Ping Chenxing still had a brain when it came to this matter. Moreover, the things that he was pondering and worrying about were naturally not as simple as they seemed on the surface. In fact, there were many things that needed to be carefully considered in order to obtain the best result. It was better to be safe than sorry. Being able to eliminate all uncertain factors was the most correct way to do things. I've said it before. This time, I'm only here to seek revenge. If I can avoid trouble, I won't look for trouble myself. As for the Soon brothers, they were courting death by blocking our path. I can only apologize to them, Xiaoyang said in a deep voice. Upon hearing about the deaths of the Sun brothers, Ping Qinsheng's emotions fluctuated greatly. No matter how calm he was, the Sun brothers were still his disciples. If he killed them, how could he, as their master, remain indifferent? Although Ping Qinsheng didn't make a move because he cared about the overall situation, it didn't mean that he didn't have any resentment or thoughts. Xiaoyang smiled and said, "Words are not proof. That is indeed the case. I believe you should also know that the providence of the Inflame realm is pouring into our airship." As soon as he said this, Ping Qinsheng's expression became even more serious. It could be said that this was the most crucial point. The fact that the providence of heaven and earth was pouring into an outsider's airship was somewhat thought-provoking. If the heaven and earth didn't stand on the side of the native cultivators, then their persistence would be meaningless. The heaven and earth had abandoned them. If they still wanted to go against the heaven and earth, they would really be courting death. Ever since that incident, Ping Qinsheng felt that he had fallen into a desperate situation. Of course, he still had a choice. He could leave and seek peace. If this place didn't want him, there would be a place for him. However, he wasn't willing to leave just like that. Therefore, he wanted to fight for it or wait for other situations to arise. It's true that the providence of heaven and earth is pouring into our airship, but it's not for the three of us, Xiaoyang said and sighed. Instantly, Ping Qinsheng's eyes were filled with surprise. If that was the case, what exactly was strange about the airship? As such, no one could figure out what was going on. It seemed that ever since the three of them came to the Inflame world, many incomprehensible things had happened. There was a Wu Zun called Nan Hong who came to reason with me. Because he didn't make the first move, I reasoned with him and didn't kill him. This time, as long as we haven't left the Inflame world, I'll treat it as a declaration of war if you attack us. We won't rest until one of us is dead, Xiaoyang said with a smile. As soon as he said this, Ping Qinsheng smiled awkwardly. Fortunately, he had good self-restraint and didn't directly attack. Otherwise, they might have already started fighting. This Nanhong's character is indeed different from the Inflame world. He has a pure heart. After we spoke to him, he was conflicted and didn't know that he would be blessed by the heaven and earth, Xiaoyang said in a deep voice. Ping Qinsheng nodded slightly. At the same time, he was even more shocked. He knew very well that this young man called Nan Hong had received the providence of heaven and earth for a day and night. He could be said to be a person with great providence. Once he grew up, he would definitely be in existence like the savior of the Inflame world. This was probably what happened when the situation arose. Ping Qinsheng tried his best to calm himself down so that he wouldn't lose his composure. "It seems like you didn't kill him," Ping Qinsheng said hesitantly. Xiaoyang nodded and said, "My companion wanted to kill him to prevent future troubles, but I stopped him. However, this Nanhong isn't simple. From the little Wu Zun, he reached the 3rd level Martial King realm in a day and a night. This speed is something that you're jealous of." The corners of Ping Qinsheng's mouth twitched when he heard the news. This speed was truly shocking. Great providence wasn't as simple as it seemed. In my opinion, if we want to change the Inflame world's atmosphere, we need someone like Nan Hong, Xiaoyang said after taking a deep breath. Upon hearing this, Ping Qinsheng seemed to have seen through some things, and a hint of respect appeared in his eyes. It seemed like this young man had killed his way into the Inflame world. He seemed to be incomparably overbearing and unreasonable. However, the feeling he gave people now was that he had no choice but to kill to stop killing. What he really wanted was for the neighboring worlds to coexist in peace, and not for the flames of war to burn incessantly. If they wanted to live in harmony, the Inflame world and the myriad beast world's atmosphere would be the biggest problem. If someone from each world could stand up to change it, it might be possible for them to live in harmony. Chapter 2802. In my opinion, if you unify the Inflame world, you can only serve as a link between the upper and the lower, Xiaoyang said with a smile. When Ping Qinsheng heard this, he also smiled. That made sense. Once Nan Hong, who had great luck, reached the top, he would become a unique existence. At that time, he would be the most suitable person to suppress the other heroes. No matter how one looked at it, he would be the most suitable person. If you can find Nan Hong earlier and make friends with him, you can even support him in the future and help him to sit on the throne. You will owe him a lot, Xiaoyang said with a smile. Since ancient times, such a phenomenon had never appeared in the Yin Flame world. Moreover, Nan Hong was able to rise from Wu Zun to the third-level martial emperor realm. If such news were to spread, it would be shocking. In addition to the fact that he was blessed with great fortune, this kid's future achievements would most likely be extremely terrifying. After careful consideration, it was indeed worth a try. When the time came, the falling flame mountain would not be able to stand tall for at least tens of thousands of years. Even if there were some disturbances, the sect leader would naturally find a way to settle them. Now that I have said this, you should know what kind of person I am. Xiaoyang continued to pour tea. When he realized that he had finished the entire pot of tea, he laughed awkwardly. He had said a lot tonight, and he felt that he had said enough. As for what choice the mountain lord of the falling flame mountain would make, that was his business. Why should he interfere in the slightest? As for the choice, it was up to him to decide. Whether he wanted to fight or compromise, it was up to him to decide. Where is he? Ping Chenqing frowned and asked in a deep voice. If what Xiaoyang said was true, this deal could be done. Although they would suffer a loss in the beginning, the long-term benefits would be great. Ping Chenqing had never heard of Nan Hong before. Previously, he was just a small Wu Zun. He was not famous and did not have a strong backing. Now that he had obtained great luck, if he wanted to climb to a high position, without the support of a powerful force behind him, he would be restricted in many areas. At that time, once the fire-gathering alliance was destroyed, the falling flame mountain would be the only one left, and they would have the most say. It would be most appropriate for them to support Nan Hong. Nan Hong felt that the situation wasn't clear enough, so she didn't continue to pester us. Instead, she went south. She wanted to sort out the ins and outs of the whole thing, as well as the twists and turns, before coming back to tell me, Xiaoyang said. Ping Chenqing nodded. It would be fine as long as Nan Hong didn't stubbornly run towards the Fire Union. If he went, no matter how much Xiaoyang cherished talents, he would still kill him once he made a move. Cherishing talent was cherishing talent, but the bottom line was a bottom line. According to my calculations, his first stop should be the raging river if nothing goes wrong. That's where the conflict began, the source of the problem, Xiaoyang continued. When Ping Chenqing heard this, he began to plan in his heart. He still had some spies at the raging river. As long as he investigated the specific situation, he would naturally be able to get to the bottom of it. It wouldn't be too late to decide what to do after he had confirmed it. At least for now, Xiaoyang was in the falling flame mountain, and they were still quite far away from the fire-gathering alliance. They wouldn't easily start a war in a short period of time. However, time was still very tight. Ping Chenqing needed to investigate many things in this short period of time. Only then could he make the most correct decision. If Nan Hong really left and he guarded him, the Yin Flame world would still have a chance to rise again. A person with great luck could become an existence that could call the wind and summon the rain. Moreover, he might be the last hope of the Yin Flame world. Naturally, he had to find him and protect him thoroughly. He couldn't let anything happen to him. Therefore, he couldn't let his guard down. He had to plan carefully. I've said enough today. If Mountain Lord Ping is still hesitating and doesn't intend to stop me, then I'll go back. As for whether we'll become enemies at that time, it'll depend on whether you'll appear in the Fire-Gathering Alliance's territory, Xiaoyang said and finished the last bit of tea in one gulp. Soon after, he stood up and left. Ping Chenqing didn't stop him. As he watched the young man who had restrained his aura and deliberately concealed himself leave, he felt more worried and sorrowful in his heart. It seemed like this matter was worth pondering, no matter how he looked at it. He had said many things tonight. Moreover, no matter what choice Ping Chenqing made, it would greatly change the situation in the in-flame world. Although his choice could only cause some waves and couldn't shake the overall situation, as an individual he still needed to think more for himself and couldn't be careless. The more he thought about it, the more helpless he felt. It was as if he was a floating duckweed that couldn't be controlled. Ping Chunsheng wanted to pour tea, but found that the teapot was empty. He smiled bitterly and turned to leave. A small pavilion like this had decided many big things on such a night. After Nanhong arrived here, what he saw and heard was indeed refreshing to him. Moreover, after he sensed the spirit of the furious river, he began to ask about the origin of the battle. In fact, he didn't want to miss any details. He even asked about many things several times, hoping that he didn't miss here or that there was something wrong with the spirit of the furious river. After all, it was impossible for the spirit of the furious river to not have any resentment after it was suppressed. Therefore, it remained to be seen how trustworthy its words were. The spirit of the furious river couldn't help but feel angry when it was questioned by the young man who had suddenly obtained great luck. It was bashful and even looked back every few steps. How was this like a man? However, because the spirit of the furious river needed help, no matter how dissatisfied it was, it could only hold it in. Finally, someone dared to approach it and was able to sense its presence. This was fate. If it missed this opportunity, the furious river wouldn't be able to move away from soaring Cloud Mountain. Perhaps it would be suppressed for a long time. Due to the fact that Nanhong had suddenly obtained great luck, he knew he was already a powerhouse. Therefore, no matter what it was, he needed to be extremely careful and couldn't be careless. Sometimes an unintentional action could affect many situations and even cause many innocent people to suffer along with it. The more this was the case, the more cautious Nanhong was. He wanted to thoroughly understand every detail. Chapter 2803. He spoke from the middle of the day to the middle of the night. Only then did he explain everything clearly. The spirit of the raging river was much quieter. The reason why it was so quiet was because Nanhong had questioned it too much. It was also a little angry. Now that Nanhong had some understanding of this matter, it was true that the In-Flame realm was in the wrong. If they had not initiated the war against the Four-Realm Alliance, then today's matter would not have happened. Moreover, there was another matter that he did not know before. The Mo family had visited the Four-Realm Alliance in the name of joining forces against the Myriad Beast Realm. In the end, the so-called alliance was only to investigate the situation. Such a despicable method made Nanhong feel a little uneasy. It was also because of this that Nanhong felt very touched. Originally, he thought that he would be able to righteously stop this calamity after clarifying the matter. However, now it seemed that he was even more in the wrong. There was no reason for him to intervene. Xiaoyang and the others came to seek revenge. An eye for an eye seemed to be reasonable. Nanhong felt a headache. He now felt that there were indeed some problems with this matter. It seemed that he had fallen into a deadlock and could not extricate himself. Wanting to completely clear up this matter was like a fool's dream. It was simply impossible. In the end, this catastrophe could not be stopped. There was no reason and no power to stop it. Master, quickly let me out. The spirit of the raging river did not get a response for a long time, so it anxiously urged. After being blocked and suppressed by the flying Cloud Mountain for so long, the vitality of the raging river was more or less damaged. The longer it was suppressed, the more it would lose. Moreover, it did not want to continue this feeling of not being free. Nanhong's thoughts were interrupted by such a voice. He looked at the towering flying Cloud Mountain and suddenly felt an incomparable headache. Although he was now a third-level Martial King, it was still difficult for him to move the huge flying Cloud Mountain. It's good that you know this. There's no need to move the flying Cloud Mountain. His voice sounded. Nanhong frowned slightly. There was no reason for this voice to come. Even until now, the other party had not answered his question. Why is that? Nanhong asked, puzzled. Soaring Cloud Mountain was personally placed here by Xiaoyang to suppress the raging river. If you make a move, you'll definitely be dragged into this dispute. At that time, you don't need to become enemies, but you will become enemies. When Nanhong heard this, he could only smile bitterly. These words did indeed have some meaning. Previously, because of his low cultivation level, he had thought that he would only be sending himself to death. Who would have thought that now that he had the strength, he would still be a bystander? This cultivation was truly unreasonable. It was completely useless. This made him feel even more aggrieved. There's no need for the grudges of the previous generation to fall on your shoulders. What's more, what's right and what's wrong can be decided in a single sentence. Since you are powerless and unreasonable to stop it, why don't you just stand by and wait until this matter is over? Nanhong was still smiling bitterly. The answer his heart gave him made him feel very helpless and powerless. What was going on? He watched everything happen with his own eyes. He even investigated the matter thoroughly. However, the final result was so unbearable. He still couldn't do anything about it. The evils you bring upon yourself are the hardest to bear. You should put your eyes on the future, not the current mess. That strange voice sounded again, and the meaning of those words made him feel even more confused. A gentleman doesn't stand under a collapsing wall. How can you not understand such a simple logic? If it's really for the sake of the people of the Enflame world, you should put your eyes on how to restore prosperity after this storm, and not hold on to that knot in your heart. It can't be changed, so why make things difficult for yourself? The cause and effect of this matter has long been set. It's not something that can be changed easily. Nanhong sat there in a daze. He was also constantly questioning himself about this strange state of mind. It seemed that no matter how he looked at this matter, there was indeed no need for him to cling on and not let go. However, he still couldn't get over this hurdle in his heart. What should I do? After a long time, Nanhong felt that he had no choice but to accept reality. Since he couldn't clean up this mess, he could only do some remedial things to make the Enflame world look better. A cool breeze blew past, making him feel very refreshed. Go to the Falling Flame Mountain. If you want to change the Enflame world in the future, the only shortcut is to borrow their power. Hearing this, Nanhong nodded and turned to leave. The current Nanhong still hadn't seen through it. It could even be said that he wasn't as free and easy as before. However, there was a subtle change in his state of mind. He was no longer the rash person who was willing to risk his life to argue. Now, Nanhong had too many burdens on his shoulders. He didn't dare to easily throw away his life. He had silently recognized the heavy burden of the Enflame world on his shoulders. Master, don't be in a hurry to leave. Let me out first. Seeing this, the spirit of the raging river also called out anxiously. However, the young man was like a walking corpse. As if he didn't hear the voice behind him, he just continued to walk forward. The spirit of the raging river was still shouting, but the young man didn't pay attention to it at all. It wasn't until the young man disappeared that the spirit of the raging river stopped. It originally wanted to curse, but it felt that it had spoken too much and was tired, so it could only continue to remain silent. The spirit of the raging river also felt that its fate was very bitter. It suddenly suffered such a huge change. The Mo family's forces that complemented each other were destroyed in a day. It had also lost its support and was suppressed. If it wasn't suppressed, it would eventually encounter some opportunities by coincidence one day. There would also be a new force that would come and replace the Mo family. However, the soaring cloud mountain had suppressed it. Once it was suppressed for a long time, the fate of the raging river would disperse and many possibilities would arise. The raging river might no longer be the raging river. After Xiaoyang finished speaking, he directly left the Falling Flame Mountain. Ping Qinqing's state of mind was indeed relatively calm and even a little strange. It would take some time to wait for his reply. If he were to force Ping Qinqing, it was possible that Ping Qinqing would only join the Gathering Fire Alliance regardless of his own safety. Forcefully pushing Ping Chensheng to the Gathering Fire Alliance was a somewhat unwise approach. Moreover, in his eyes, the Luoyan mountain was indeed a little different. Whether he would be able to smoothly receive the compensation in the future would depend on whether the Falling Flame mountain worked hard. Apart from the Falling Flame mountain, which other force could do it? Supporting another force? That would take too much effort. Chapter 2804. Since there was a great situation to take advantage of, there was naturally no need to ignore it. Moreover, this was a method of killing many birds with one stone. If it worked well, or if these people had some conscience, they might even think of him as a good person. This was the best he could do. As for how these people would behave, it was not something that Xiaoyang could control. If Xiaoyang had more time to plan and kill time, it was not impossible for him to make them willingly, or even shed tears of gratitude. However, he did not have the intention of conquering the Yin Flame realm, so there was no need to waste too much energy and mind to plan and kill. If he could solve this problem in the simplest way, then it would be the best way. As for the inevitable worries in the future, in Xiaoyang's view, it was not important. He just needed to continue. People's hearts had always been difficult to control, but he could affect them. As for how effective it would be, it was another matter. Now, Xiaoyang did not care about the Luoyan mountain. He began to continue to think about the Assemble Fire Alliance. The next battle between them and the Assemble Fire Alliance would probably start directly. At that time, the Assemble Fire Alliance would learn from the Mo family's mistakes, so they would probably handle some details better. In fact, there might even be more unexpected situations that would occur. Therefore, it was a headache to figure out how to avoid it. It was naturally impossible to be foolproof, but at least he had to ensure his safety. After Xiaoyang pondered over these questions in his heart, he repeatedly verified them and checked for any gaps to see if he had missed anything. Sometimes it might be that he did not pay attention to some small details, but in the end he might leave endless disasters for himself. That small point might become a whole, to the point where it was out of control. After thinking about the battle for a while, Xiaoyang returned to the flying ship and met up with Princess Mingzhu and Bai Jian. "You came back so quickly and you're unscathed?" Princess Mingzhu said with some surprise. In Princess Mingzhu's view, Xiaoyang's trip was probably to catch the Luoyan mountain off guard and use his strength to directly deter them so that they would not dare to help the Assemble Fire Alliance. However, he didn't show any signs of having fought a great battle when he rushed back. Xiaoyang only smiled and nodded, saying, "I was a little worried about you guys, so I came back earlier." If the Focus Fire Union saw any clues on their side, they would probably take the initiative to attack. At that time, the situation of Princess Mingzhu and Bai Jian might become precarious. Therefore, the earlier they met, the safer they would be. Princess Mingzhu only smiled indifferently. Nothing had happened in the past few days. Although there were still spies, none of them dared to come forward to pry into the situation. They controlled their speed, and it was enough for them to move forward. The further they went, the fewer spies they could sense. Even when they passed by the headquarters of some of the more powerful forces, all of them fled and stayed away from the route. From this, it could be seen that the morale of the Yin Flame world had indeed fallen to rock bottom. They did not even have the courage to confront them. Bai Jian seemed to have sensed Xiaoyang's return. He walked to the front of the ship and asked, "How was your trip this time?" After all, they had taken such a huge risk to go to the Luoyan mountain. It couldn't be a wasted trip. Ping Qinsheng is more stable than I thought. This old mountain master probably can't make a decision in a short time. No matter what they choose, I can handle it, Xiaoyang said indifferently. However, from Xiaoyang's point of view, he had already planted the concept of watching from the sidelines. Even if they wanted to help, they would think more. If they hesitated longer, or if the old mountain master took the initiative to verify some things, his trip would be a success. Bai Jian shook his head. There was no use in saying that. There was no difference whether they went or not. However, since Xiaoyang did that, he naturally had his reasons. Moreover, there were no accidents during this period, so it was for the best. A wasted trip? Bai Jian still asked somewhat unwillingly. When Xiao Yang attacked, how many times did he miss? Therefore, Bai Jian felt that this guy must be hiding something and didn't tell the whole truth. It's not a wasted trip. It's just that I didn't get a definite answer. Most likely, the Luoyan mountain won't be involved, Xiao Yang said. Xiao Yang had said enough and explained the situation clearly. As long as the old mountain master had some sense, he wouldn't interfere. Of course, there was another possibility, which was that the old mountain master wanted to show the integrity of the Luoyan mountain. And this one might be magnified infinitely at some point in time, and eventually become a 10. His thoughts could change in an instant, especially when his blood was boiling and he lost all sense of reason. If the Luoyan mountain is tired of living, we'll just fulfill their wish. What's the harm? Princess Mingzhu said indifferently. Hearing this, Bai Jian shrugged helplessly. Did Princess Mingzhu really think that the matter wasn't big enough and that the difficulty wasn't high enough? It was already difficult for them to deal with the Mo family. If they had to deal with two major forces at the same time, how could they fight? Right now, the old mountain lord was indeed restraining his temper. In the past few days, Ping Qinsheng had already made up his mind about what to do. Once he was certain of something, he would make a decision without hesitation. On this day, he also received new news. The spies at the Furious River had indeed sent back news that there was an additional martial emperor expert there. That expert seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. There was no news about him before, as if he was an expert hiding in the dark. There were some signs that confirmed that the martial emperor was extraordinary. Not to mention his young age, he also had a lot of luck. It was obvious that he wasn't an ordinary person. The young martial emperor was also the only expert who came close to the Furious River after the great battle. He sat there for a long time before leaving. Is that Nan Hong? It seems like Xiao Yang is really sincere, Ping Qinsheng said self-deprecatingly. Since the other party had shown his sincerity and wanted to make a deal, Ping Qinsheng didn't mind giving him a push. At this moment, Ping Qinsheng already had a plan in his heart. He directly hit his chest with his palm. It seemed like this storm was only directed at the Mo family and the Gathering Fire Alliance. Every debt had its debtor. As an outsider, he didn't need to get involved. Moreover, even if the sky was broken, it was their problem. They were just asking for trouble. There was no need for the Luoyan mountain to be buried with them. Chapter 2805. Ho Ji had been waiting in Luoyan mountain for 3 days, but the old mountain master did not seem to show up. Ho Ji did not know what the old mountain master was thinking about. If it wasn't for the fact that the blockhead wasn't good at being perfunctory, and that his sincerity made Ho Ji feel that it was true, Ho Ji would have left long ago. Since there was still a chance to turn things around, Ho Ji wouldn't easily give up this opportunity. Even if he had to wait a little longer, it wouldn't hurt. However, the longer he waited, the more uncomfortable Ho Ji felt. He could wait, but Xiao Yang and the others would not slow down. Once they entered the Gathering Fire Alliance's territory and rushed back, it would really be too late. Luoyan Mountain's attitude was doubtful again. Ho Ji kept pacing back and forth. At the same time, he was very anxious. If the old mountain master still did not show up, he could not care so much and could only return to the Gathering Fire Alliance first. Suddenly, Ho Ji saw the tall man walking over. He was overjoyed and hurried over to ask, "Brother Kwang, did the old mountain master give an answer?" However, as soon as Ho Ji asked, he saw that the blockhead's expression was a little ugly. He immediately knew that things were not going well. He felt that this matter was heading in a pessimistic direction. His original hope seemed to have been extinguished at this time and turned into endless despair. The blockhead had always been a person who showed his emotions on his face. If he was happy, it meant that there was still room for discussion. Once he put on a sullen face, things would probably change. In the beginning, the blockhead said that the Luoyan mountain understood the principle of interdependence and would not stand by and do nothing. Now he looked dejected. Could it be that something big had happened in the past 2 to 3 days that caused the Luoyan Mountain's attitude to suddenly change? Ho-ji was also extremely anxious in his heart. The change in the situation was too sudden, and he felt that he was caught off guard. The mountain master invited brother Ho-ji over for a talk, the blockhead said softly. Ho-ji nodded and said, "Brother Kwang, what happened?" The blockhead did not want to continue talking. Instead, he walked in front and led the way. His expression seemed to have become much gloomier. The more this was the case, the more confused the peak master from the Gathering Fire Alliance was. He even felt guilty. Now Ho-ji's heart was like a roller coaster, rising and falling, and it was extremely uncomfortable. The blockhead continued to lead the way without saying a word. His attitude was very strange. In fact, even the atmosphere seemed to have changed. Although Ho-ji did not know what had happened and whether there was a new turning point in this matter, Ho-ji felt that as long as he could meet the mountain master, he would try his best to persuade him. Even if he had to pay a higher price, he had to persuade him. Under the blockhead's lead, Ho-ji came to a pavilion. Ping Chen-sheng sat in the pavilion and poured tea. When Ho-ji saw the old mountain lord for the first time, he couldn't help but be shocked, and his eyes were filled with doubt. What Ho-ji saw was a very ordinary old man, as if the old man had one foot in the grave. Ping Chen-sheng's face was pale, and his aura was extremely weak. He did not have the demeanor of a stage 6 powerhouse. Instead, he looked like he had just fought a great battle and was severely injured. Ho-ji stood there hesitantly, and his heart was filled with doubts. How could this be? If Ping Chen-sheng had really fought with someone, they should have noticed it. Moreover, in the Luoyan Mountain, who could fight with the old mountain master. "I've embarrassed myself in front of you, Peak Master Ho," Ping Chen-sheng said as he gestured for Ho-ji to sit. Ho-ji sat down stiffly and asked, "Old mountain master, what happened to you?" At this juncture, the old mountain master's aura was weak, and his vitality was greatly injured. It was really worrying to see him like this. After I found out that the 3 villains destroyed the Mo family, I went into seclusion. I wanted to break through to stage 7 in one go so that I would have the absolute strength to kill them. Who would have thought that I would suffer from chi deviation because of my impatience and failed to break through? Ping Chen-sheng smiled bitterly and shook his head. This time, Ho-ji could no longer remain calm. The injuries caused by failing to break through due to chi deviation could not be underestimated. Moreover, it was fortunate that he did not drop in cultivation level or leave any side effects. Of course, it was also possible that the old mountain master had hidden it well. Ho-ji sighed in his heart. The world was really making fools of people. This old man is really old. Ping Chen-sheng sighed for no reason. Ho-ji quickly shook his head and said, "Mountain master, you're old but strong. It's too early to say this. It's just a moment of bad luck. It's not a big deal." Although Ho-ji said this in his heart, he had a new plan in his heart. Now that Ping Chen-sheng was in such a state, it was naturally impossible to ask him to go to the Gathering Fire Alliance. Moreover, in his current state, even if he went, how much strength could he contribute? Given Ping Chen-sheng's current state, once he left the Luoyan Mountain, he might not even be comparable to Ho-ji. After exchanging pleasantries for a long time, Ho-ji bid farewell and left. Ping Chen-sheng did not stop him. He only pretended to be stupid and did not agree or reject Ho-ji's request to let Blockhead and the other Stage 5 powerhouses go to the Gathering Fire Alliance. If time allowed, Ho-ji would naturally coax and pester Ping Chen-sheng to bring the group of helpers back. However, now that Xiaoyang and the others were getting closer to the Gathering Fire Alliance, he naturally had to go back as soon as possible. After Ho-ji left, Blockhead was a little angry and said, "Mountain Master, why did you do this?" In the beginning, Blockhead felt sorry for the Mountain Master when he heard this. However, when he saw that the Mountain Master did not move forward or retreat, he felt that there was a problem. No matter how stupid Blockhead was, he could connect the dots. The Mountain Master was in seclusion, therefore the so-called seclusion to break through to the next level, and chi deviation was complete nonsense. If that was the case, the Mountain Master would not go to the Gathering Fire Alliance. However, the Stage 5 powerhouses should go and help. Blockhead, from today onwards, you'll go into seclusion. There's some things that I can't tell you clearly. Ping Chenxing shook his head helplessly. The Blockhead, on the other hand, let out a muffled groan. He was clearly displeased. He obviously could not accept the Mountain Master's way of doing things. Some things are not as simple as they seem on the surface. Speaking of which, we share honor and disgrace. It's still the old saying that the other party did not think of us when he saw the benefits. Now that we're in danger, he came with a big gift? Ping Chenxing said coldly. Chapter 2806. Now, the sky of the Enflame realm had become increasingly gloomy. Countless dark clouds shrouded the hearts of the local cultivators, making it difficult for them to extricate themselves or break free from such a nightmare. Ever since the MO family's forces were destroyed, many people could be said to be living in a constant state of anxiety. The MO family was a top force that had existed for tens of thousands of years. They were the main force in the war against the myriad beast realm. However, in just one day they were turned into ruins and no longer existed. The next to suffer was the Converging Fire Union, another major force. For thousands of years, the Enflame realm had been at odds with each other. Later on, it became a tripartite balance of forces. Their world was still considered strong and didn't have too many worries. Even with the threat of the myriad beast realm, they could barely maintain the front line and maintain it. However, it was different this time. The other party only had 3 people, yet they had already invaded their hinterland and directly annihilated a major force. If the Converging Fire Union fell, perhaps the remaining Falling Flame Mountain would also be unable to hold on. There might even be more disturbances. When the time came, even if the 3 villains left after defeating the Converging Fire Union, the Enflame realm's vitality would be greatly damaged. When the myriad beast realm's army that had been defeated with great difficulty came back again, how could they stop them? Of course, there were also some optimists. They saw very clearly that the other party's rumors were very terrifying, but they were only targeting the MO family and the Converging Fire Union. As for some cultivators who were killed, it was entirely because they were brainless and insisted on stopping them. They were just courting death. When the other party was spreading the momentum, they clearly stated that this trip was for revenge. The reason why the MO family and the Converging Fire Union encountered such a situation was entirely because they provoked trouble and misjudged their own strength. They originally thought that the 4 Realms Alliance was a soft persimmon that could be easily taken down. Who would have thought that this time not only did they kick an iron plate, but they also lost their lives? Such a huge difference between them could still be seen. The airship was indeed arrogantly heading north, but it didn't take the initiative to attack any sects or cultivators. Those who were killed were only those who stood out to block the airship's path. Although some people could see it clearly, they still left very quickly when the airship's route entered their territory. This had been the case since ancient times. Although the airship seemed to have nothing to do with them, as long as they turned a blind eye, it would be fine. If he didn't take the initiative to provoke trouble, then trouble wouldn't fall on his head. Everyone was able to see all of this clearly. Furthermore, they also understood that sometimes, when it was time to endure, they had to endure. If they didn't leave and didn't do anything, they would probably be drowned by the spittle in the future. Although it would be the same if he left, at least he could guarantee his own safety. If those 3 villains suddenly remembered, or if they were unhappy and attacked them, how could they stop them? Which was more important? How should they choose? Each and every one of them was incomparably shrewd in their hearts. Their calculations were even more clear. In fact, they weren't even willing to take the slightest risk. After all, he had cultivated for hundreds, or even thousands of years to reach his current level. If he were to lose his life because of an unwise decision, that would be extremely stupid. As time passed, there were many branches and changes in the words of these three people. They each held their own views. There were even some people who pushed this wave vigorously, hoping that under such a general trend, they could seek an opportunity for themselves. After all, in troubled times, it was easier for true heroes to emerge. With the fall of one major force after another, there would inevitably be many vacancies. At that time, whoever could replace them would be able to have more resources. For cultivators, when their realm was relatively low, they couldn't notice this. However, as their realm became higher and higher, they became more aware of how important resources were. If it wasn't for being blessed by the heavens and having limited aptitude, there was only one choice if they wanted to go higher, which was to pile up countless resources. Now, the atmosphere in the Flame realm had become very strange. Although on the surface, everyone was filled with anger and expressed that they were united against the outside world. However, there were also many people who recognized that the general trend was already difficult to reverse. The destruction of the Collective Fire Alliance was probably already inevitable. So, under such circumstances, was he still going to throw his life away? Therefore, it was better to use their brains and seek more benefits for themselves. The airship was still moving forward, but its speed wasn't fast. It maintained a constant speed as it approached the north. It wasn't that Xiao Yang and the others weren't anxious, but that they couldn't be anxious. They wanted to have an imposing manner, so they couldn't be too fast. If there was even a slight change in speed, the other party might have a lot of opinions. Killing people and destroying their hearts was nothing more than this. The airship's advance was like a sharp blade that was slowly approaching the other party. The other party knew, but they couldn't avoid it. They could only slowly wait for the arrival of death. In panic, their morale became lower and lower. It was even possible that there would be a situation where the people's hearts would scatter and they would flee on their own. If that was the case, then it would be easier for Xiaoyang and the others to defeat the Collective Fire Alliance. The Mo family's forces did their best to make the three of them feel uncomfortable. They even almost capsized in the gutter. Every step forward needed to be taken with extreme caution. They couldn't be careless. Moreover, they had not fully recovered from the injuries they suffered in the Mo family's courtyard. Therefore, during this period of time, they needed to recuperate properly. Moreover, Xiaoyang had also calculated that after they stepped into the Collective Fire Alliance's territory, their strength would be restored to its peak. Suddenly, Xiaoyang was stunned. Princess Mingzhu and Bai Jian were the same. The three of them looked at each other and smiled. There was also some doubt in their eyes. What kind of logic is this? Bai Jian smiled bitterly and muttered. Xiaoyang shook his head. He also didn't understand and began to ponder. Survival of the fittest, Princess Mingzhu said with a smile. Xiaoyang and Bai Jian didn't agree with this. After all, this was the Flame realm, not their own world. When the three of them stepped into this world, they already felt a very powerful suppression of the Great Path. The fate of this world clashed with them, restricting them everywhere. It was even very difficult for them to draw upon the power of the world. It wasn't that they couldn't do it before, but they needed to use their own bodies as a foundation. This would consume a lot of energy. Chapter 2807. Now, the world suppression of the great Tao on them had mysteriously disappeared. This was something that no one could figure out. What exactly was going on? Suddenly, Xiaoyang thought of another possibility, which was Nanhong. Since Nanhong was favored by the world's fate, perhaps he could already represent this world. Therefore, for now, his subjective judgment would affect the flow of karmic luck in this world. On the other hand, Xiaoyang thought of something deeper. This world had already given birth to spiritual intelligence. This action could be said to be an act of helplessness. It was just a way to express that they did not kill Nanhong. Regardless of whether this world suppressed them or not, the destruction of the Assemble Fire Alliance was inevitable. It was just that the three of them were more seriously injured. Xiaoyang smiled. This world was really strange. There were some unexpected changes that caught people off guard and made them unable to make heads or tails of it. Since this world had already expressed its goodwill, Xiaoyang didn't mind being at ease. However, in the end, their enmity was with the Mo family and the Assemble Fire Alliance. As for the entire Yin Flame realm, that was secondary. But then again, the Yin Flame realm was previously divided into 3 parts. The decisions of the Mo family and the Assemble Fire Alliance could indeed represent the Yin Flame realm. Therefore, Xiaoyang and the other 2 had no choice but to come. They could talk about the future in the future. However, the enmity that had been formed before still had to be settled clearly. After all, they could not let go of the enmity just because the other side made up for it or showed goodwill. Even if they wanted to let go of the enmity, they had to first ask if the innocent people who had suffered from the disaster agreed. Only eliminating the Mo family and the Assemble Fire Alliance was already their bottom line. Otherwise, they would have already ordered the army to come over. The 3 of them would kill the experts in the front, while the army would clean up the battlefield behind. Although the army of the 4-realm alliance would inevitably suffer many losses, it was still much more cost-effective than conquering the entire Yin Flame realm and obtaining all the resources. However, in the eyes of Xiaoyang and the God Emperor, sometimes accounts could not be calculated like this. After all, they had already lost too much in the previous disaster. They could not continue. Moreover, they did not have the ambition to invade. They were just seeking revenge. Looks like the Gather Fire Union is truly lacking. Even the heavens and earth aren't helping them, Bai Jian said with a smile. He immediately felt refreshed. It was already very strenuous to fight against the suppression of this world. Now that there was no such suppression, the strength that he could unleash would be greatly different. Xiaoyang just smiled and didn't explain the matter clearly. He just continued to think about what to do next. That was the most important thing. Even the original plan would have to be changed after defeating the Collective Fire Alliance. So what if the entire Yin Flame realm did know him a favor? If they dared to start a war again, it would just be another round, that's all. Even if Nan Hong soared into the world, in the end, he was still just one person. It would be difficult for him to save the world by himself. Could this be a trap? Princess Ming Zhu asked doubtfully. Bai Jian also frowned slightly. If that was really the case, then there was still room for discussion. Xiaoyang, on the other hand, remained silent. After all, it was not impossible. At the end of the day, this was the Yin Flame realm. It was not their own world. I injured my vitality with that strike last time. I'm afraid that even if I reach the Gather Fire Alliance, it will be difficult for me to unleash a strike like that, Bai Jian said with a much more solemn tone. It wasn't that Bai Jian couldn't unleash such a stunning and powerful strike, but the price he had to pay would be even greater. In fact, he might even fall in Cultivation Realm. If that really happened, Bai Jian would probably not think too much in the end. He would still resolutely unleash that strike. As long as he could win and live, it would be fine. The difference in Cultivation Realm would be difficult to calculate. After all, if he died, it would be useless no matter how high his Cultivation Realm was. Bai Jian also saw this clearly. Moreover, his character was as straightforward as the edge of a sword. Talking was talking, but doing things was different. Xiaoyang nodded solemnly. If it wasn't for Bai Jian's shocking strike when they killed Emoju last time, they would probably have suffered a lot. Princess Mingzhu lowered her eyebrows and remained silent. At the same time, she began to calculate how many magic tools she had left. These needed to be calculated carefully. After all, compared to the Mo family, the Gather Fire Alliance would only be stronger. They would not be weaker. Even if the Gather Fire Alliance did not have a natural barrier like the Raging River, they might have other methods. If it was just a head-on attack, the 3 of them were not afraid at all. In the same Cultivation Realm, the 3 of them could be said to be invincible. Even if they were to challenge someone of a higher Cultivation Realm, which one of them was not used to it, if there were other methods to suppress them, they would really have a headache. Moreover, every step would need to be carefully calculated. I miscalculated last time. Xiao Yang blamed himself. If he could be more cautious and think more, the situation in the raging river might not have happened. Bai Jian also laughed involuntarily. He did not want to ask for any responsibility. He just wanted to tell his companion the truth. However, he did not expect Xiao Yang to be so honest. This made him feel a little guilty. Sword Heart World. An old man holding a sword stood in the endless starry sky, looking at the people standing in front of him. You rascals really have the guts to come here and throw away your lives. Are the three of them really the only powerful battle force of our Four Realms Alliance? The old man sneered. The people standing in front looked at the old man, and the flames above their heads became strange. The old man was Li Fengmu. After returning to the Sword Heart World, he had been on guard everywhere. He even patrolled everywhere. He was afraid that something would happen at this critical moment and make the juniors unable to fight freely. In addition, with Xing Tian's means last time, how could they not be more vigilant? However, Li Fengmu did not expect that the Inflame world would really dare to take the initiative to attack and disturb them. The highest realm among them is only a fourth order martial king. With such a lineup, they want to set our backyard on fire? This strategy of besieging Wei to save Zhao is really not smart. Li Fengmu laughed. The people looked at each other. Suddenly, there was a little fear in their eyes. The sword in the old man's hand suddenly came out of the sheath. Suddenly, the sword light overflowed, dazzling and terrifying.